Hi, everybody. The time is now 5:32 on September 16, 2020, and this public meeting of the State Board of Education will come to order. This meeting of the State Board is being held virtually to protect residents' health during this public health emergency. The roll call will now be called to determine the presence of a quorum. Mr. Hayworth, please call the roll.
Dr. Gasoi.
Present.
Mr. Jacobson.
Present.
Mr. Jacobson, I believe you're still on mute.
Present.
Thank you. President Wattenberg.
Present.
Dr. O'Leary.
Present.
Mr. Parker. Mr. Parker. Dr. Sutter.
Present.
Ms. Williams.
Present.
Mr. Batchelor.
Present.
Ms. McClay.
Present.
Ms. Dell.
Present.
Mr. O'Sullivan.
Present.
Madam President, you have quorum.
Thank you. The quorum has been determined. The board meeting will proceed. Members, we have a draft agenda before us. Are there any additional corrections or additions to it? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. The motion being properly moved and seconded, I will ask for the yeas and nays. All in favor, say aye.
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 All
Yay.
opposed, nay. The motion is approved. Members, we also have before us the minutes from both our August and September working sessions. Are there any corrections or additions to these minutes?
Madam President,
Yes, Mr. Jacobson.
I'm not going to ask for a formal change of the language. I don't want another 5-4 vote, but I don't think the discussion around candidates and elections was properly captured in the minutes. So I'm going to vote no, but I just wanted to raise that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I will now entertain a motion to approve the minutes. Is there a second?
You need a motion. Make a motion.
Second.
Okay, the motion being moved and seconded, I will ask for yeas and nays. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
Okay, the motion is approved. Good morning, everybody. Good evening, everybody. My name is Ruth Wattenberg. I'm the Ward 3 representative and the president of the State Board of Education. Welcome to our first fall meeting, the first meeting after the school year has begun. I welcome you all on behalf of our board to this September 16th meeting. It's being held virtually due to the continuing coronavirus pandemic. Our next official meeting of the State Board is our working session on October 7th. The video for this meeting will be posted on our YouTube page at DCSBOE and rebroadcast on the District Knowledge Network as soon as it is available. Tonight, the board will hear testimony from many residents, including directly from students who will share their experiences in the new school year. Before we get into the main agenda, I want to make a few quick announcements. We are entering a hugely challenging school year, as we all know. We know that parents and caregivers have been developing some tricks of the trade, so to speak, that are easing their responsibilities of overseeing virtual learning. The State Board has launched a new video platform so that parents, families, and other members of the public can share their expertise with the broader community. If you're interested in learning more about the project, and if you'd like to participate, check our social media accounts for more information. Second, yesterday, Mayor Bowser opened the National Maternal and Infant Health Summit to build on growing public awareness and interest in perinatal health and wellness. Thanks to Mayor Bowser and Dr. Faith Gibson Hubbard, our former chief student advocate, and her team for their hard work on this. It continues through Friday. You can find out more at dcmaternalhealth.com. Third, very importantly, the U.S. Census deadline is September 30th. The district's response rate is very low, just over 60%. The census affects the level of funding that's going to be available for our schools, for our families, for our city. If you have not yet filled it out, please do go to 2020census.gov And remember, the census is open to all residents, not just citizens. Finally, the council committees of the whole and of education have announced a hearing on the bill called the Statewide Data Warehouse Amendment, will be held on October 23rd at 9 a.m. This bill, if passed, would require that data about school-level teacher retention experience and other key data gets reported publicly and transparently every year. We have recommended this piece of legislation. I think it's very important. We encourage you to consider signing up and to follow this issue. We will be testifying, and as I said, we urge others too. Tonight, now I'm going to move into what we're going to do tonight. We're going to begin with 3 ceremonial resolutions. Our first will honor State Superintendent Hanseul Kang, who announced her departure from OSSI last week, and 2 additional ones recognizing African Heritage Month and Hispanic Heritage Month. We'll then hear from the public during our public comment period. Next, as part of an effort to hear more from the city's students about key issues, we've invited our student reps to organize a conversation for tonight about how students are experiencing school reopening and virtual education. We'll then hear from an excellent panel related to the work of our Social Studies Standards Committee and Advisory Committee, which is working to revise our social studies standards. At that point, we'll also hear more about that process from Dr. Jessica Sutter, our Ward 6 representative and chair of the Social Studies Standards Advisory Committee, along with Karen Williams. The State Board will then consider a resolution on the district's state accountability plan, the STAR framework, which grows out of a review of the framework undertaken by the board and especially undertaken by the board's research committee. I'm going to thank all of my colleagues now for the spirited debate and discussion that has gotten us to this point. And I'm looking forward to hearing from a number of community members tonight about it. We'll also be voting tonight on the FY 2022 need for appropriations for the 3 offices contained in the State Board. We will also finally consider a new equity statement and framework for the State Board. And I want to thank Ward 5 Representative Zachary Parker for his dedication to this and for bringing it over the finish line, we think, tonight. So with that, you now know what's going to come. I'm going to turn to the State Superintendent, Hanseul Kang, for the final time for any opening statement she has tonight.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, President Wattenberg. I appreciate the chance to be with the board this evening. And hello to everyone in the public who's viewing as well. As you have heard, I will be stepping down from my role as State Superintendent of Education next month on October 16th, 2020. This was not an easy decision for me to make, but I'm incredibly proud of everything that OSSI has accomplished over the past 5.5 years, and I truly appreciate the partnership of the State Board of Education during this time as well. When Mayor Bowser appointed me in early 2015, I became the 8th state superintendent to serve in this role in the 8 years since OSSI was created, if you include interim appointments. In the time that I have been here, we've been able to create much greater stability, and I've appreciated the trust that our community has placed in me and the opportunity to work alongside incredible partners who are striving to ensure a quality education for all of our students. I'm deeply proud of the progress we have made. DC has now seen more than a decade of significant progress in student achievement outcomes on the National Assessment of Educational Progress and huge growth over the last 5 years on our state assessment. And in recent years, OSSI has played a greater and greater role in sustaining, accelerating, and deepening those outcomes. Together with the board, we launched the DC School Report Card, which was built in partnership with families and community members. And for the first time, shared clear and comparable summative outcome data across all of our DC public schools and DC public charter schools through the School Transparency and Reporting Framework. We've made multi-million-dollar investments in early childhood education to improve quality and expand access and affordability of care and education for our youngest residents. And we've made key operational improvements, including launching a Start of School campaign to ensure that local education agencies and schools had access to the data and information they need to serve students and families from the very beginning of the year. We made incredible strides under our 2015 to 18 strategic plan, and we've set out an even more ambitious vision, goals, and strategic pillars under our 2019 to 23 strategic plan that we are well on our way to making a reality. And while the current pandemic has created many challenges that we never anticipated, I know that OSSI will continue to lead the way in meeting these challenges in our education landscape and our broader DC community. along with the Deputy Mayor for Education and other education leaders, as well as this board, and that we are better able to meet this moment because of all that we have built and accomplished together. I'm particularly proud of what OSSE has been able to accomplish with this board. OSSE has worked to ensure ongoing partnership by regularly engaging in your working sessions and public meetings and in our internal meetings with the board leadership. We did this ongoing engagement and partnership between OSSE as the state education agency and the State Board of Education has been a critical part of our collective work on behalf of DC students and families. And I hope this partnership endures well into the future. And I believe that ensuring it does so will be critical to our collective work. The challenges facing public education in the District of Columbia are unprecedented and complicated. Later this fall, the board will review and vote to approve attendance regulations that will guide us through this period of remote learning as we respond to the pandemic. And in addition, we will be seeking to extend flexibility to our students who are in high schools from the Carnegie Unit or seat time requirements and community service requirements, given the flexibilities needed in the current moment. And we will continue to engage together on reviewing and revising statewide social studies standards, as you will discuss on the agenda this evening. These are no small feat, and I'm confident that our partnership will continue to get this work done on behalf of our students, families, and educators. Finally, given that this is my final time with the board in this public setting, I wanted to leave the board with some thoughts on how we provide families with access to transparent information on the performance of our schools. This has been a top priority of mine over the past several years. I firmly believe that the DC School Report Card and the School Transparency and Reporting, or STAR framework, have been a tool towards a more transparent and equitable public education system with students at the center of critical decision-making. This was a journey that we embarked on together, OSSE and the State Board of Education, in partnership with families and community members. We engaged together in an ESSA task force with many community, family, and educator voices for nearly 2 years. Before approving the STAR framework, we received a letter of support and urging from more than 50 education and civil rights leaders, urging approval of the ESSA plan and the STAR framework in particular. We heard from more than 4,000 voices of family and community members on the design and language of the DC School Report Card. This is just a sampling of the key work that we did together with our community to develop these critical tools. I also want to note that the STAR framework is the first time that DC has had a clear, comparable, multiple measure set of summative information across both DCPS and DC public charter schools. Prior to STAR, despite the fact that almost 3/4 of our families, including almost half of DCPS families, attend a school of choice, families were only able to access clear and comparable information for public charter schools. Now with STAR, we have clear and comparable information across all of our schools based on multiple measures, including growth as the highest portion of the outcome for elementary and middle schools. Furthermore, STAR was the first time that DC has had a system that recognized the ways in which schools served specific groups of students and is still one of the very few systems across the country to do so. Prior to STAR, no previous accountability system in DC had specifically accounted for how schools serve students who are at risk, students with disabilities, English learners, or students of different racial and ethnic groups. The STAR framework and the DC School Report Card have represented an enormous step forward that we collectively took in the transparency of information that we share with our families, and in the extent to which we all collectively consider not only schools' overall performance, but the ways in which they serve specific student groups to be part of what makes a quality school. DC's progress over more than a decade has been rooted in our collective belief in our students. I firmly believe that we can continue to work towards an educational system that serves all of our students and believes that they can all learn and achieve at high levels. The academic outcomes that we support our students in achieving matter, not only for their success in school, but for their success in life. I'm incredibly proud of the progress that we have made together and urge all of us to not shy away from the hard truths that transparent data may highlight, not about our students' potential, which we know has no limits, but rather as how all of us as an education system, community, and society are currently serving our students. Thank you for working alongside me during my tenure, and I hope each of you stay engaged in this incredibly important and challenging work. Our students depend on it, and I know that we can do it together. Thank you.
Madam President, you're on mute.
Thank you, Superintendent. We all enjoyed working with you and appreciate all the efforts that went into developing the star rating. Thank you. So I'm now going to introduce a resolution in honor of our superintendent. As we've noted, Superintendent Kang will be leaving OSSI early next month. We have not always agreed on everything, but we really know and appreciate how much you've invested in OSSI, which is a genuinely unique organization among state agencies. It has more responsibilities, a greater breadth than a lot of state agencies, and you've really worked to try to align it, as you've discussed. So with that, I want to move to approve CR 20-13, honoring State Superintendent of Education Hanseul Kang. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. I believe that was Board Member McClay.
Yes.
Having been properly moved and seconded, the resolution will now be read into the record. Mr. Hayworth?
State Board of Education resolution honoring State Superintendent of Education Hanseul Kang, CR 20-13. Whereas Hanseul Kang, a native of Albany, New York, was appointed State Superintendent of Education by Mayor Muriel Bowser in March 2015, providing nearly 6 years of stable leadership to the Office of the State Superintendent of Education. Whereas Superintendent Kang attended Georgetown University intending to pursue a career in international law, but was drawn to the classroom after reflecting on the opportunities that had been open to her that were closed to others. Whereas Superintendent Kang spent 2 years at a public school in rural New Mexico on land of the Eastern Navajo Nation. Whereas her career path has included service in Washington, D.C., at nonprofit groups, and at the Tennessee Department of Education as Chief of Staff. Whereas in her tenure as head of the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, Superintendent Kang has led the agency through a strategic planning process that realigned the agency to better serve all schools, students, and families. Whereas Superintendent Kang consistently engaged the State Board of Education leadership and members throughout her tenure. Whereas Superintendent Kang also increased access to early childhood education offerings across the district and led the implementation of new health education standards approved by the State Board in 2016. And whereas after the passage of the Every Student Succeeds Act, Superintendent Kang led the district's development and implementation of a new accountability system, the STAR framework, and a new public-facing database, the DC School Report Card, that allows, for the first time, the public to directly compare public schools across the city in a variety of metrics, including attendance and academic performance. Now, therefore, be it resolved that on the occasion of the announcement of the departure of Hanseul Kang from district government service as State Superintendent of Education, the State Board of Education extends its heartfelt gratitude for her dedication and commitment to educational equity and for bettering the experience for thousands of students and families.
Thank you very much. Is there discussion on the resolution? Mr. Jacobson and then Ms. Sutter.
Thank you. And Superintendent Kang, thank you so much for your service to the district. I think I was the president when you joined OSSI, and I had already served under 2 permanent superintendents in 2 years and 2 or 3 interim superintendents. To say that you were a breath of fresh air is an understatement. You worked deliberately with the board, with leadership. You solved problems. You brokered honestly. And your sole focus was improving the operational organization of your agency so that students could be better served. You held that in your heart through every conversation I've ever had with you. We've had our disagreements from time to time, but you will be sorely missed by me, and the district students are worse off because you're leaving. The board center, I believe it is very lucky to have you. And I just want to thank you again for making DC your new home and for giving so much to this board and to the students we serve. Thank you.
Sutter?
Thank you, President Wattenberg. Superintendent Kang, thank you so much for your dedicated service to the children and families, the teachers and schools of Washington, D.C. I think I'm the only member of the state board who was an OSSI employee at one point. So having been an OSSI employee 10 years ago and watching where you brought the agency along to, I can say confidently it's a very different place that you are leaving than the one that you found. And we're all better for it. And I really appreciate, again, having worked there myself, the work that it took to begin to develop a state education agency that is the youngest in the nation. And that is no small thing to build such an institution into a sustainable and effective place of work. I also want to thank you for your work in partnership on the social studies standards. We're just getting started, but I do hope that in whatever notes you leave for your successor, in whatever infrastructure you leave behind, that this partnership that the board established with OSSI will live on in its future iterations because of the good work you did to lay the expectation that partnership was just the normal way of doing business. So I thank you so much for your service, and I look forward to continuing to know you and your work in education in the future.
Karen Williams, and then Ms. McClay. I think Karen's okay.
Can you hear me? Superintendent Kang, I think we bonded the first day we met. I will miss you. I wish you luck. And I just want to thank you for your support and your friendship during your tenure here. I look forward to getting at least one lunch before you leave town. And we'll talk about that offline. Thank you.
Superintendent, this is Ashley McClay. I just wanted to say thank you. Something that's been said from other members is you have brought a ton of much needed stability to our school system here in the city, and it is acknowledged, and your leadership has been seen throughout the past years, especially in the time that I've been in office, and as well as before. You've given the board advice as well as thoughtful criticism, and you've set a very high bar for the next superintendent coming into your position. I just want to say good luck and God bless, and we can't wait to see what you do in your next endeavor. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam President, I'll jump in quickly just to say, Superintendent Kang, thanks for your leadership and the work that you've done, both at OSSI, but also throughout the city to build trust in our data and in our systems. I think the significance of some of the conversations that we're having tonight, but also that we've had over the course of the year, have been stewarded by a level of trust that I think many can point to you for developing both in and out of schools. And that's something you can certainly be proud of. I also just want to acknowledge that you are a woman of color in this country leading what has been recognized as the fastest improving school district in the country. And that is something that needs to be acknowledged and heralded. And I also really appreciate, just as recent as today, OSSI, or you rather, affirming the importance of culturally responsive instruction and the importance of reaching out to our ELL students. That is something that connects directly to our equity statement and framework that we're looking to pass tonight. So thank you for what you represent. Thank you for your leadership and the work that you've done at OSSI and beyond. And I wish you all the best.
Okay. Seeing no other discussion, we can have a vote. Mr. Hayworth, can you call the roll?
Dr. Gasoi.
Yes.
Mr. Jacobson.
Aye.
President Wattenberg.
Yes.
Dr. O'Leary.
Aye.
Mr. Parker.
Aye.
Dr. Sutter.
Aye.
Ms. Williams.
Yes.
Mr. Batchelor.
Thank you, Superintendent. Yes.
Ms. McClay,
Aye.
Ms. Dell,
Yes.
Mr. O'Sullivan.
Yes.
Madam President, the vote is unanimous.
Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you for working with us. Thank you for your efforts. Thank you, as people have said, for really helping to build this out into a viable agency, which it was not before. Much credit to you and many thanks. And I wish you both enjoyment and success for the educators that you'll be working with when you go to Broad. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
I'm going to move to our next resolution, which is in honor of the unique cultural, ethnic, and linguistic diversity of the district's African community and the contributions that community, recently estimated at 16,000 residents, has made to the district. Representative Parker, would you make the motion?
So
Did you hear me?
so moved.
A
Second. Second.
All right, thank you. Having been properly moved and seconded, the resolution will be read into the record. Mr. Hayworth, could you read the resolution?
State Board of Education Ceremonial Resolution celebrating African Heritage Month, CR 20-14. Whereas the District of Columbia observes the inaugural African Heritage Month this year from September 1st to September 30th, marking a tradition that will acknowledge, celebrate, and uplift the cultural, ethnic, and linguistic diversity of the district's African community. Whereas the purpose of African Heritage Month is to acknowledge and celebrate the languages, cultures, contributions, and histories of the African community in the district who represent the diaspora of 54 countries and over 1,500 languages. Whereas more than 16,000 District of Columbia residents are of African heritage, according to the most recent estimates from the U.S. Census Bureau. Whereas the District of Columbia is the only municipality in the nation with an Office of African Affairs dedicated to serving the African community. Whereas African Heritage Month will be commemorated this year in district neighborhoods with socially distanced events and virtual events, festivals, programs, and activities. Now therefore be it resolved that the DC State Board of Education recognizes and celebrates African Heritage Month and the achievements, contributions, and existence of the district's residents of African heritage and ancestry. And be it further resolved that the State Board recognizes and values the importance of culturally sustaining pedagogy, culturally responsive programs, and equitable methods of instruction as important elements of excellence in education.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the resolution?
I'd like to mention something that sort of bridges this, because when I was at Dubose, we had a lot of students of African descent and also a lot of students of Latino or Hispanic descent. And I just want to acknowledge how important both groups of students are to the thriving education system in the city.
Thank you. Any others? Okay.
Madam President, I would just like to acknowledge the significance and importance of a place like the District of Columbia recognizing African heritage and history through this month, and just all of the many connections that are inextricably woven into what makes up DC culture. And so we would not be if not for all that is Africa. And so for that, I appreciate that we're passing this resolution.
Thank you. Others? Can I just say, I now see that Marcus has his hand up. If you guys would just put your hand up and or put it in the chat, I will recognize it. Some of these I'll be fielding, some jump ball, but either way that will help. Okay, Mr. Batchelor.
Yeah, I just wanted to say briefly that I'm more than happy to support this resolution, acknowledging, I think, the rich contributions that the African diaspora has contributed in so many ways to DC, including such a deep influence on our native music, our official music, go-go. But would also say that, thinking about communities like the East African and Ethiopian community, which I think we have the largest Ethiopian population outside of Ethiopia here in DC. So not an insignificant portion of our rich and diverse community. And I'm really glad that we're able to celebrate not one, but two very important groups of our neighbors today. So thanks so much.
Thank you. Any others to be recognized? Okay. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Hayworth will call the roll.
Dr. Gasoi,
Yes.
Mr. Jacobson,
Aye.
President Wattenberg,
Aye.
Dr. O'Leary,
Yes.
Mr. Parker,
Aye.
Dr. Sutter,
Aye.
Ms. Williams,
Aye.
Mr. Batchelor,
Aye.
Ms. McClay,
Aye.
Ms. Dell,
Aye.
Mr. O'Sullivan.
Aye.
Madam President, the vote is unanimous. Madam President, you're on mute.
Thank you. The National Hispanic Heritage Month is observed from September 15 to October 15 and has been celebrated continuously nationwide since 1968. With this resolution, the State Board joins that celebration in recognition of the great contributions to our city and country of DC's Hispanic community, now 75,000 strong. I believe, Dr. Gasoi, can you move this?
I move the motion.
A second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Having been properly moved and seconded, the resolution will be read into the record. Mr. Hayworth, could you please read the resolution?
State Board of Education Ceremonial Resolutions celebrating National Hispanic Heritage Month, CR 20-15. Whereas the United States observes National Hispanic Heritage Month each year from September 15th to October 15th, continuing a tradition that began in 1968 under President Lyndon B. Johnson as Hispanic Heritage Week, and that was expanded by President Ronald Reagan in 1988. Whereas the purpose of National Hispanic Heritage Month is to celebrate the language, culture, contributions, and history of the Hispanic and Latinx communities in the United States who represent ancestry from Spain, Africa, Mexico, the Caribbean, Central, and South America. Whereas Hispanic Heritage Month also acknowledges the anniversary of independence for several Latin American countries, including Chile, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico, and Nicaragua. Whereas more than 75,000 District of Columbia residents are of Hispanic or Latinx heritage, according to the most recent estimates from the U.S. Census Bureau. Whereas nearly 19,000 of the district's students identify as Hispanic or Latinx. And whereas National Hispanic Heritage Month will be commemorated this year in district schools and neighborhoods with socially distanced and virtual events, festivals, programs, and activities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the DC State Board of Education recognizes and celebrates National Hispanic Heritage Month and the achievements, contributions, and existence of the district's residents of Hispanic and Latinx ancestry. And be it further resolved that the State Board recognizes and values the importance of cultural sustaining pedagogy, dual language immersion programs, and bilingual methods of instruction as important elements of equity and excellence in education. And Madam President, I should also note that a Spanish version of this resolution is available on our website, and I want to thank the staff for ensuring that that happened.
Thanks to you. Thanks to the staff for that. Discussion on the resolution? Board Member Gasoi?
Thank you, President Wattenberg. As you all know, I am I have the honor of representing Ward 1, which has the greatest concentration of dual language Spanish programs and schools that serve the highest proportion of students who identify as Hispanic, Latino, or Latinx. And so it is with great pleasure that I speak to this resolution tonight. And I will just say that I found out recently that Hispanic Heritage Month was started by Lyndon Johnson the same year I was born, and I'm not going to tell you what year that is, so if you all are curious, you can figure that out. That's a fun fact. But I do just want to give a shout out to all my Ward 1 schools that have dual language programs, so Mary Reed, Oyster Adams, Bancroft, Bruce Monroe at Parkview, Cleveland, Czech, and all the schools serving our Latino students, Tubman and Cook, and as my colleague Dr. O'Leary mentioned, Cardozo Education Campus, Meridian Public Charter School, E.L. Haynes Middle School, and all the adult and extended learning programs such as LAYC, Career Academy, BRIA, Carlos Rosario, and the amazing organizations who do work with our youth and teachers in our schools, LAYC, MLove, United We Dream, Mary Center, and more. And just a shout out to WTU Latinx Teacher Task Force Chairs and the Empower Ed Latinx Educators Presente Task Force Chair, who also work and live in Ward 1. I just want to say that I hope you all know that we appreciate you every single day, but we hope that you're feeling the love even more powerfully this month, and especially right now when we know that you are going the extra mile to support your students through this crisis. So gracias a todos por todo lo que hacen para que nuestra comunidad sea diversa, solidaria y fuerte. Happy Hispanic History Month.
Gracias. Is there any discussion on the resolution? Any further? Okay, thank you.
Madam President, I'm sorry, having all of the technical difficulties over here. I just want to acknowledge also the significance of Hispanic Heritage Month and the many contributions that not only our Hispanic brothers and sisters have made, but the rich addition that our Hispanic students add to our schools. Many don't know that we often herald Brown versus Board of Education as a significant moment and advancement in this country. And before that, it has its roots in connection to a Hispanic family that was fighting the same fight for integration. And so even historically, we see the many contributions that our Hispanic brothers and sisters have made to make this country the rich, dynamic place that it is. I just want to also draw attention that at a moment in time where there are children still locked in cages at our borders, and at a time where DC is a sanctuary city and needs to be because of the policies that exist in this country, I am just really proud and honored that we as a board will recognize the significance of our Hispanic students, their families, their communities, and would open up the arms of this board in our city to them as they are rightfully do here and exist. And so for that, thanks, Madam President, for entertaining my comments.
Marcus is speaking. Okay. Any other? Okay. Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Hayworth will call the roll.
Dr. Gasoi,
Yes.
Mr. Jacobson,
Aye.
President Wattenberg,
Yes.
Dr. O'Leary,
Yes.
Parker,
Aye.
Dr. Sutter,
Aye.
Ms. Williams,
Aye.
Mr. Batchelor,
Aye.
Ms. McClay,
Aye.
Ms. Dell,
Aye.
Mr. O'Sullivan.
Aye.
Madam President, the vote is unanimous.
Public comments. At every public meeting, we begin with testimony from public witnesses on education-related matters. Your comments become part of our official record. If you would like to speak at a future meeting, please contact our staff by email at sboe@dc.gov or by calling 202-741-0888. Tonight, we have over 20 witnesses. I am thrilled to see you all here. And I am thrilled that there is so much interest in what we're doing. But of course, that means we could be in for a long night. And in order that we not be here at midnight, we are going to be very strict on our limit of 3 minutes per witness. While you speak, there will be a timer on the lower right portion of your screen. The timer will display how long you have been speaking. John Paul will signal when there are 30 seconds left by sharing a timer. Following each group of 5 witnesses, we will pause for questions from board members. Members will have 2 minutes for questions after each panel. That 2 minutes includes their question, comment, and the answer. Because of the number of witnesses, every board member likely won't be responding to every panel, so please don't be offended. Mr. Hayworth will call the witnesses as well as the question period, and he's also going to keep the time, and he is going to mute witnesses who go on and board members that exceed their time. So, Mr. Hayworth, you may begin. Mr. Hayworth will call the witnesses as well as the question period, and he's also going to keep the time.
For our folks who are public witnesses, if you can shut off your YouTube, that will help us refrain from having the echo that we're currently hearing. Thank you.
We'll call the witnesses as well as the question period, and he's also going to shut off
1 second. That will help us refrain from having the echo that we're Okay. We'll begin with Ms. Hu. Ms. Hu, can you hear us? I can hear you.
I can't hear.
We can hear you if you want to begin.
Thank you. We'll call the witnesses as well as the question period, and he's also going to.
I think you'll need to shut off your YouTube.
I can't hear.
Turn off the YouTube. While Ms. Hu is working on that, we can move to Ms. Kelley Ukhun.
Thank you. Good evening, school board and members of the community. How do we center Black students in our short-term and long-term plans of action with a focus on school culture and student experience based on data, research, and best practice? This is the guiding question for staff and leaders at Mundo Verde Bilingual this school year. My name is Kelley Ukhun, and I am the team lead for Empower Ed's digital equity team and a special education teacher at Mundo Verde. I am also a proud member of the DCACTS Charters Union under the American Federation of Teachers. Our goal at Empower Ed's digital equity team is to improve the virtual learning experience of students, ensuring that all students, especially those who are at the greatest disadvantage due to systemic racism, receive multiple learning opportunities within this digital educational landscape. We recognize the challenges to distance learning, so we raise our concerns with the following: internet connectivity for families and teachers, device accessories, off-screen learning options, computer literacy, including ongoing training options for students, families, and teachers, the delays in distribution of tech in some schools, teachers having to use their own personal tech without compensation, the consistent and periodic maintenance and upkeep of devices, the backlogged repair and maintenance tickets present prior to COVID-19, the need to expand IT departments to handle the hardware and software issues, and finally, students spending more than 6 hours engaged in on-screen activities. We recognize that digital equity is not just about getting the hardware out the door and into households. It is also about securing the means to which students and families are able to access the tools successfully to navigate digital learning. We acknowledge the district's commitment to ensuring that there is at least one computer per household. But again, we raise our concerns about the district's commitment and its centered focus on those children who are the most disadvantaged, Black and Brown children who live in underserved communities. We are currently surveying both teachers and families and working with teachers and organizations that support all stakeholders to see how implementation has been going so far in the first weeks of school. And we will be releasing recommendations on ways to improve virtual learning at both the school and system levels soon. We ask that you at the State Board of Education please keep a pulse on the needs of families. Work to hold district leaders accountable not only for closing the digital divide and ensuring equitable access to all, but also to provide an array of opportunities that meet the learning needs of all DC students as we navigate this crisis this year. DC students, teachers, and families need your partnership and your advocacy. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Ms. Hu, we try you again?
Yes. Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Great. All right. Hello, my name is Grace Hu. I'm a DCPS parent and one of the parent leads for the Digital Equity in DC Education Parent Coalition. Since 2018, our parent group has been working on school technology issues to ensure that every student in DCPS has the tech tools needed to be successful. Today, I'm here to provide an update on DCPS technology and to ask for your help in getting families to complete our online survey, which I emailed to the representatives this afternoon. So for devices, as of last week, DCPS had distributed more than 23,000 devices, and iPads for pre-K are expected to be delivered to schools this week and next week. The key question with devices isn't just, does a student have one? It's, does a student have a device that enables live online instruction and is compatible with the DCPS learning apps? We've heard from parents who received a device that did not have cameras for the drivers to work, that did not have Microsoft Teams installed, and then they could not install those things at home because they did not have admin rights. We've also heard of the Microsoft Surface Go computers overheating and experiencing lags. On IT support, again, the question isn't just, does it exist, but is a student or parent able to get their issue resolved in a timely manner? During the first week, the tech center, the call center that DCPS had set up was totally overwhelmed. We heard of parents who had called and could not reach a person to speak to or had really long wait times. The chancellor has since stated that he has increased staffing for the call center. On internet, again, the issue isn't just, does a family have internet access? It's, does a family have the internet bandwidth to allow a student to stream live instruction and watch videos while multiple people in the household are online at the same time? And does the family have the internet bandwidth to avoid lags, delays, and glitches while the student is using Microsoft Teams and DCPS learning apps? Now, we've heard of all these issues, but without system-wide data and feedback across all wards, it's really hard for us to know the extent and the magnitude of these challenges. To address this lack of system-wide data, we've developed our own tech survey for DCPS families so that we can assess their issues and their satisfaction with DCPS devices, with the tech support, and the online learning platforms. Please help us get families from all 8 wards to complete our survey so we can have a true citywide assessment of outstanding issues and can then urge the school system to address those issues. Lastly, I want to comment on the Internet for All Octo program. This is the program that was rolled out last week and will offer internet to 25,000 households receiving SNAP and TANF benefits. So there's really a missed opportunity with this program. Before the rollout last week, there was really minimal promotion of it to families. And so if the LEAs and Octo had worked together, they could have promoted it and gotten families onto this free internet program before the start of school. Instead, DCPS has continued to buy hotspots when they could have redirected their hotspots to people who weren't eligible for this program and gotten, the TANF and SNAP eligible families onto this program. I see my time's running out. So thank you for your attention. I hope you will help us in continuing to hold DC government accountable.
Ms. Johnson-Law?
Yes, okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
All right, perfect. I was about to say good morning, and then I realized it's not morning anymore, it's evening. That's the kind of day it's been, and there's a little person in the background. We just got finished distance learning, so before y'all start my time, y'all just bear with me. But good evening, honorable members of the State Board of Education. My name is LaJoy Johnson-Law, but please just call me Miss Law. I am a resident of the Great Ward 8, an educational and disability advocate, but most importantly, I am Abria's mom. You hear her in the background. I have been my daughter's advocate, her educator, her teacher, her guide, her confidant, and her mother for nearly a decade. But over the last 6 months, it has been an overwhelming challenge. Balancing my daughter's special education needs in distance learning and teleworking from home. And I am here to share my story and the stories of others in Ward 8. As a mom that has experienced the injustices of the system, I appreciate the State Board of Education efforts on improving the STAR framework and making sure family voice is at the forefront and center in all education conversations and decisions. In addition, we call on the State Board of Education to acknowledge, implement, and advise OSSE on the following ask. We call on the State Board of Education to consider more transparency measures around the growth schools are making with test scores and academics, special education growth and data, and practices being used in self-contained classrooms and general education classrooms surrounding the STAR framework. We also suggest looking into a new rating mechanism besides STARS. The board could consider another tool to rate schools, such as a color scheme. For example, a color scheme that goes from light green to dark green. Green's a positive color. Work with me here. To have a more trauma-informed approach about how we rate schools, since they are a product of the resources given to them by the system, and many of our schools are doing the best they can with the resources they have. Next, we call on the State Board of Education to push on OSSE to hold the schools accountable in regards to special education. There are many schools that do not have the resources or simply not adhering to IDEA, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, federal law. This federal law has not been waived, and therefore we encourage the state board to help OSSE and to help the schools with implementation of IDEA. Lastly, we also ask the State Board of Education to consider developing an academic standard online plan for distance learning for all schools. There are many students, families, and schools that have adapted and enjoyed this new method of learning, and it should remain as an option for students who are attending our public and DC public charter schools. Now that we have been in distance learning for majority of the calendar year, it is imperative we stay vigilant in ensuring all of our children have access to quality and equity. Our Ward 8 community, schools, and families matter. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Law. Ms. Stamper. Ms. Stamper, can you hear us?
I can hear you, but I'm not sure if you can see me.
We can't see you, but we can hear you.
I turned on my video, but I hit start, but it's not starting. Oh, there it is. Can you see me now?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I guess I'll start. Let me pull it up. I was actually listening to LaJoy, and I was like, I love the way she framed her testimony. I'm jealous. I should have thought of that. But because I couldn't figure out what to say, but I'll start. Good evening, State Board of Education. I'm a resident here in Ward 7. My name is Patricia Stamper. I'm an Empower Ed Fellow representing Ward 6. I work at Minor Elementary School. I'm actually kind of caught in the middle here. Here's why. I have a bachelor's degree. I have a master's, but I'm not a lead teacher. I'm just this really cool thing called a paraprofessional, and I support special educational students at Minor with learning disabilities and with behavior issues. I'm that person, once the ET15 kicks your kid out of class, they come with me and we hang out and we vibe and we figure out how to get you back in the classroom. However, I'm still a wife and a mother of 2 boys. One of my boys has attended a DC public school since pre-K 3. Go John Burroughs. He's now in kindergarten at that same school. The main reason we moved to the District of Columbia from Prince George's County, Maryland, was that our son needed a speech pathologist. He had a serious speech impediment, and it had an issue on his behavior. So when people couldn't understand my son, he would get angry, and then it just go downhill. Not good. So I work for DC Public Schools in different capacities since 2010. I'm an educator. I told you guys that, trying to read through my testimony. So I have another kid, his little guy. He was born in January of 2019 at Howard Hospital. And I realized when the doctor placed him on my chest, it was something different about him. I wasn't sure, but come to find out months later that my son he was diagnosed with Noonan syndrome. I was like, what is Noonan syndrome? Have no clue what it is. But as an educator, I poured myself into trying to figure out, what is this? Come to find out, it's a lot of kids that have this. And as my son's advocate, I had to figure out, okay, he needs early intervention. How can I help him? As a DC Public Schools educator, my biggest thing is telling parents, hey, you can get services for your kid if you advocate for them. A lot of parents and historically communities of color don't want to label their kids. I always tell my parents, it's not labeling them, it's giving them help and assistance that they may need in order to be more successful later on in life. Anyways, hold on, I can't see my time, and I have more than one window up. What's my time? 34 seconds. Okay, I'm gonna wrap it up. The STAR system, I don't think it's all that great. Here's why. So in house shopping, I'm going out, I'm looking in, realtor.com, and I see all this, and they always rate the schools in the neighborhood. I don't think that's a adequate view of the schools in the neighborhood. I know the people that work at these schools, and they do a lot of work with little resources provided through the budget. I believe there needs to be more equity and more money put into the time that's spent in building the LSAT teams in order so people know what they're voting for and know the issues at that school. And I think that's my time.
It is. Thank you, Ms. Stamper.
Sorry,
We appreciate it.
I couldn't see it. Sorry, my bad.
It's
Sorry.
okay. Mr. Tandaric.
Alrighty, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Alrighty, good evening, everyone, and happy National Hispanic Heritage Month. I'm an ESL teacher at Center City Public Charter School, and I'm also a Ward4 Fellow with Empower Ed. Like many teachers in DC, we're struggling to teach virtually while trying to build relationships with the kids, teaching engaging content, and troubleshooting online platforms like Google Meet, Zoom, and Microsoft Teams. While DC has been somewhat successful with getting devices to kids across the district, a bigger problem has been the lack of high-speed internet that should be free to all. I'm here to argue that everyone in district should be provided with high-speed quality internet that should be used as a utility. This will eliminate numerous obstacles that will allow virtual learning to be a success even in the midst of a global pandemic. In my 3.5 weeks teaching here, I have a MacBook that I use for school, and the kids either have a Chromebook or an iPad. But in all my lessons, there have been a plethora of problems that stem from the internet itself. Some of these include students getting booted out from Zoom, kids and teachers freezing on screen, or kids or teachers' answers being drawn out for multiple seconds due to low bandwidth. This concerns me greatly. If the internet is bad either on my end or the kids' end, they may not be able to hear my teaching and either drift off and not pay attention or ask to hear it again. As the year goes on, this annoyance will become a huge issue because all that compounded learning will be lost. This will result in decreased grades, lower test scores like PARCC, and possible student retentions. In addition, the additional stress from teachers to make sure their kids are on grade level will be unsustainable for teachers and can lead to higher turnover. I can already feel that stress now, and it's only the 3rd week of school for me. These gaps will be even more prevalent for our Black and Brown students due to issues of race, class, and language. The mayor has recently announced that they will connect up to 25,000 households with either Comcast or RCN for students. This is a great start, but more needs to be done to push this issue. This will become more prevalent as we continue this school year virtually. Please push other elected officials to offer high-speed internet that is free for all. We do not know how long we will need to stay at home, but considering the nature of this virus and how we will need to stay indoors as it will get cold outside, virtual learning will be a reality for us until there is a vaccine. But by offering free high-speed internet that's a utility, it can help solve numerous issues on virtual teaching and can mitigate learning loss for the students. And I got 40 seconds. I also want to add that I definitely support changing up the STAR system. As a teacher in DC, oftentimes schools want to have maybe like the 4 or 5-star rating. And even I'm looking on the website right now, and clearly many of our 5-star schools are either in Ward 2 and 3, which are our high-class white parts, or they are the high-performing magnet charter schools. But many of our grade 1 or 2 schools are in Ward 7 and 8. So I definitely propose passing the bill to make sure there are major changes and adaptations to the STAR rating system. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Members, are there questions for this panel? Dr. O'Leary, 2 minutes.
Just want to throw out one question about devices. The biggest problem, it seems to me, is that there are a lot of students in the city right now that don't have, I believe it was Ms. Hu was talking about one device per household. The deputy mayor said each student should have a device. In a household that has more than one, like if I were at one point, I have 5 children. If I had 5 children going to school, I would need 5 devices at least. And I just would like to get some feedback on that.
So yes, the mayor and the chancellor committed that if a child needs a device, they will get it, meaning none of this 1 per household thing. But the issue was there's a lag. You know, the devices weren't ordered until like July 31st, if you look at the purchase order dates. And so there's a lag when these devices came in. So until they came in, were delivered, some of the schools had to rely on the inventory, what they all had on hand. But by now that we're 2 weeks in, more of the devices have gotten in. And so if a family is still in need of a device so that every child can have one, please encourage them to ask their school for one. It's just there was a lag in when they came in and when they were delivered out to schools.
Thank you. Mr. Jacobson.
Thank you, Mr. Hayworth. Mrs. Stamper, quick question. When you were talking about students and special needs students in particular, what I heard was that it isn't labeling students, it's getting them extra assistance. And then in the next sentence, you said that the star label for schools stigmatizes them. Can you help me understand why a star rating doesn't help schools get assistance like you're advocating for individuals?
So here's why. So when I worked at DC Prep, I had a student, I was hired there specifically to work with this one kid. He had this child, hypothetically speaking, is a real child. He had behavior issues and he had performance in the classroom. However, I was hired to work with this kid. Come January 6th, the child was removed from the school and I lost my job. Therefore, the funding for that child still remained at DC Prep. That funding did not follow him to his neighborhood school that he ended up getting put out to. Therefore, he was stigmatized because he was removed from his peers out of the general classroom educational setting. They hired a separate educator or interventionist, as they call it, to teach him in kindergarten in a separate space, further stigmatizing him. He was a young Black male and removing him from his peers. I don't think that's the best way to go about it. I believe we need more restorative justice practices to actually give kids the tools to remain in the classroom so they know how to operate around their peers. So that's why I feel like it's further stigmatizing him, because it reminds me of an experience that I had. The child was removed, I lost my job, I ended up 3 months later going to minor, where I'm still at now. So yeah. Thank you.
I appreciate you sharing.
No problem.
Thank you. Dr. Sutter. Dr. Sutter, I believe you're on mute. Try now, Dr. Sutter.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much. Sorry. My apologies for being off video. I'm on the phone for a moment. My question is for Ms. Law. Ms. Law, thank you for your testimony. I wanted to ask you to expand on the point you made around additional data you'd like to see included in the STAR framework around special education. You noted a few things about additional growth information specific to special ed and some other metrics around special education. Can you say more about that for us?
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Sutter. So the first thing is when the STAR framework first came about, there was a big question about, okay, how is this going to look for children that have disabilities? And one thing as a parent that I'm looking at to see what a school has, regardless of sector, is, okay, how much are the special education students growing? Like, I know OSSI came out with some data about landscapes about growth. I think it was like 3%, but it'd be nice to see that breakdown in each school to see, okay, are they growing? Are they staying? You know, like what's going on with Park, or even if it's like other testing measures that they're using to see how much the students are growing. The other thing is, how many general education classrooms do the schools actually have? Not general education classrooms, self-contained classrooms, does the school actually have? Because I remember one year when Abria was in second grade, it was like, okay, her IEP has a certain amount of hours. And so, but they couldn't really meet her in the general education classroom, but they only had one specific classroom that was just completely self-contained. And it's like, okay, where are the options? You know, special education is a range. So what's going on kind of in the middle? And so I would love to see more data surrounding the special education classrooms and implementation and rooms at the schools. Was that helpful? Wait, is my time almost up, John Paul?
Very much so. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry, I had put Dr. Sutter back on mute. That's my fault.
It's okay.
The time has expired. Dr. Gasoi?
Hi, I have a question for LaJoy as well. You had mentioned the color scheme versus the stars, and I was just wondering if you could say a bit more about what the difference is there. And then Ms. Stamper, you actually mentioned before your time was up something about empowering LSATs more in relation to the star rating. So if we have time, I'd love to hear from both of you on those issues.
Really quick, because I want to make sure Ms. Stamper can go. So when I look again, when I'm looking at schools, and I'm in Ward 8, so we have to be real. Ward 8 schools are not funded like other schools in the city. Like, we just have to be real about that. And there are just certain schools, you know, in Ward 8, they're just doing the best they can. And I don't think it's necessarily fair to just rate them at 1 star. If we're going to rate them at 1 star, then we need to rate ourselves as a system as 1 star, because we are the ones and responsible enough to give the resources to the schools. And I don't think that's just necessarily fair. We have to be more trauma informed. There's a lot of things happening here in Ward 8. And I was thinking that maybe instead of just, oh, you get a 1 star, that's just like, that has like this negative narrative, you know what I mean? And so I'm thinking about like colors, and it's like, okay, what if we all are green, but some of us are darker, you know, light green, dark green, to show maybe some of us need a little more assistance than others, but we're not saying, oh, you're just a 1 star, because if we have 1 star school, we have 1 star schools in our DC school system, then we really need to look at us as a city. Seriously.
I hear you. Okay, so it's a continuum, is what you're saying. Exactly. It shows a continuum. Okay, and Ms. Stamper, you have 11 seconds.
I'm sorry, Ms. Stamper.
Every school is cool. Every school does not have an LSAT, and I don't think parents actually know the power of an LSAT. So I think all the schools in Ward 7A, we need to ensure that they all have operating and fully, you know, all parents are aware of what the LSAT does and what its role is. And I think education is power, and telling parents what it's about and encouraging parent engagement is key.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stamper. Are there additional questions from members? President Wattenberg, you're on mute.
Okay. So first I want to say to everybody, thank you. I learned something about the whole bandwidth issue that came together for me. I've been hearing complaints and I didn't fully get it, and now I do, so thank you. I want to build on this back and forth with Ms. Law, building on both the issue around growth and the issue around the light green, which she and I have talked about, and I find it absolutely fascinating and insightful. What I'm wondering is, if you want the extra insight, the extra transparency around growth, for example, one of the things we have talked about, I mean, in the board, is you might have a rating, but then you could also have specific things like a growth or like a special ed practices, and each of those might have sort of a green rating that you could look at when you looked at the school. You don't have to go to a whole bunch of data. It's right there. It's right up front on your, that works. I'm looking at you nodding. Okay.
That works. I mean, because I think with the color scheme, there's a lot of things we can do with that. And there's a lot of things with the data that we can do with that. But I think just to say completely 1 star for every single thing, I think that's just unfair. And I think that's unfair to families when they're looking at a school, especially when families, you know, you don't know the situation. You don't know why they chose that school. So maybe they're choosing that school for a specific reason, and that's the only school they feel they can go to under their familial circumstances. So we just—
Ms. Law, may I interject? Do you believe that if there's any way, like, okay, being that I grew up on the West Coast, I've been here since I was 18. The one thing that I really appreciated is that restaurants and certain schools, they put their grade and their data right in the front office. So certain schools put, hey, this is where you find our data. This is where you find our information. So I believe in being more transparent and upfront with parents, and just telling, hey, we have an LSAT team, we have PTO, you know, just be upfront in parent engagement. A lot of parents, they're not even aware there's an LSAT or a PTO at their school. So I feel, and then they're like, oh, it's a 1-star school. Well, I didn't know I could go put my kid in the lottery. I didn't know this was even an option.
Exactly.
So I think it's key in giving people the information.
Sorry, I do have to interrupt. I apologize. Mr. Parker?
Thank you. Two questions. Ms. Hu, it is my understanding that DCPS has not issued technology for younger students. I'm not sure how young, but like K or maybe even kindergarten is
Well,
the.
my kid didn't get he didn't get a tablet when he was in pre-K 4 last year. They told me flat out that he wouldn't get one. He didn't get it till this year once he was a kindergartner, just to be fully transparent. Go John Burroughs.
Sorry, I was trying to direct that to Grace and ask if there is a plan. Thank you, though. If there is a plan to distribute technology to our youngest students.
Yeah, so for pre-K, they decided to go with iPads instead of the Microsoft Surface Go's. The iPads didn't arrive by the start of school. They're expected to deliver the iPads to schools this week and next week.
Got it. And are you in touch with DCPS? And so I know you and your team are doing a great amount of work, and I'm not clear on the level of engagement you're having with them. Are they ignoring you? Are they working with you? Are they listening to you?
For the past 2 years, so we advocate for funding that seeded the Empowered Learners Initiative, the DCPS second initiative. So basically for the past year and a half, we have been engaging regularly with staff and DCPS Central, so the Office of Teaching Learning and their technology lead. So I would say we have a constructive dialogue with them.
Very helpful. And then lastly, I would just pivot. Thank you all for your discussions on the STAR. I know we discussed about potential additions for students with disabilities. Are there other general additions that either you as an educator or a parent would like to see? Anybody can take it.
I would like to see more transparency just up front with the school, because I feel like I'm a parent and I work for DC Public Schools, and I'm getting misinformation. I'm hearing one thing as a parent and then a different thing as an employee. So, and that frustrates me, because then I have to email my son's teacher, and this is my former colleague, and I'm like, hey, this is not what are you sure this is what we're doing? And I feel like as a parent, I feel a different way, but then as a colleague, it's like, I don't want to step on their toes, but I also want to make sure my son is being given the proper services and the proper whatever he needs to get his education.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Are there additional questions from members who have not spoken? Seeing none, sorry, Mr. Batchelor.
No, I didn't have any questions. I want to thank you all for your feedback, especially, Grace, obviously you've been such a staunch advocate for this work, but wanted to single out Ms. Law and Ms. Stamper for really bringing authentic voice from parents and people in this work east of the Anacostia River, who we know are bearing a disproportionate brunt of this crisis and of the digital divide. And making sure that we hear your voices is important. Making sure that we hear what you're going through day to day is important, so that we can be better advocates for what you need. And I know that we'll work together to make sure that, again, not only are we getting the devices inside homes, but building that support and literacy that families need to make virtual learning work successfully for as long as parents need to do that. So I appreciate you for joining us this evening, and thank you all for your testimony.
Thank you all again for joining us, as Mr. Batchelor said. Ms. Hu, I want to give you an opportunity to talk, to give everyone the where they can fill out the survey that you mentioned one more time before we end the panel.
It's so I emailed to the representatives, but it's bit.ly/digital equity parent survey. Yeah, I'll put it in the chat. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Members from the public witnesses, once you've done that, if you don't mind exiting out of the meeting, you can follow the remainder on YouTube as I let in the next panel of witnesses. Please hold on.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. So our next schedule of panelists begins with Ms. Dubose. Can you unmute and then feel free to begin your testimony? You'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. Hello, everybody. My complete testimony has been submitted for your review. I am Gabrielle Dubose, and I'm a co-chair of Empower Ed's Equity and Justice team. I teach 10th grade English at Duke Ellington School of the Arts, where I'm also an alum. In addition to teaching academics, I have the privilege of owning a small performing arts school in the Dallas, Texas area. Tonight, I want to testify about the importance of arts integration into the academic classroom. While some might see the arts as an intrusion, especially during this time of virtual learning, arts integration is exactly what we need. For many students during their formative years, subjects like history, math, and science can seem segmented, incongruent, and have no value. This scenario might especially be the case for our struggling students. In the same way, therefore, that the city went into survival mode with the sweep of the two pandemics, DCPS must adopt that sweeping mindset towards continued equity for our entire student population. DCPS must adopt that sweeping mindset again towards continued equity for all of our students, especially those on the fringe due to economic disadvantage. Arts integration, I want to say, whether it's at specials time or when when teachers have the freedom to incorporate arts into their regular routine, is essential to learning. At this challenging time, and even when the country gets back to what will be normal, our children need to believe that they have what it takes to thrive. We need high-achieving students to remain the backbone of the District of Columbia. The Kennedy Center reminds us in their mission statement that involvement in the arts causes one to create, experience, learn about, and engage. It is those same expansive qualities that are needed in the STEM world where many of our students aspire to advance. Our students in DC deserve the same thoughtful attention to platforms as my students in Dallas. Arts integration with engaging arts and academics experiences can build a bridge or establish inroads that otherwise struggling students would not have. DCPS schools opened the 2020 school year with a cornerstone that focuses on inclusion. Our students are asked, what is a global citizen and what does it mean to have global competence? My students respond by saying that to be globally minded means that you are aware that someone may not share your perspective, and it is okay because not everyone has the same needs or wants. They say we are not supposed to be the same. My students also understand that to be global means to give way to the need of others and to prepare for diversity of thought and action. We owe them and future DCPS students access to artistically global, differentiated integration that might disrupt tradition, but it may create a more sustainable learning path for our diverse young people in the District of Columbia, and I thank you for your time.
Fantastic timing. Thank you so much. Ms. Baum.
Hello, everyone. Okay, good evening, all.
Ms. Baum,
My name is Nicole.
if you can make sure to close entirely your YouTube.
Oh, no. Okay, I think I fixed it. All right. Hello, my name is Nicole Baum. I am an Empower Ed teacher and the co-chair of the teacher retention team. I'm still hearing myself. Okay. As well, I'm a Ward 5 resident. Just like everyone here, my life and job has been highly affected by COVID, and moving into a virtual classroom and teaching over Zoom and only interacting with my students through messaging systems and email has made it incredibly difficult to start the new year. While I know virtual learning is necessary for the safety of staff and children, I also know that virtual learning can present wellness challenges that must be addressed to keep teachers in the classroom for years to come. I want to make sure that I say clearly that schools should remain closed until it's safe to operate again. But what I want to communicate is that I'm concerned for the well-being of my peers across the district. Teacher retention in DC is already in crisis, and many educators citing school culture, punitive evaluations, and lack of instructional support from most recent teacher attrition survey. Mental wellness, stress, and environmental tension are also contributors to teacher attrition. In all of these challenges, I believe the Board of Education can keep teachers in the classroom by creating a culture that allows for authentic collaboration and community building. Be aware that everyone is a learner during distance learning, and I am learning how to teach over Zoom, just like my students are practicing how to learn over Zoom. We have to allow room for growth that isn't punitive against teacher evaluations and impact scores. For us to reach mastery in virtual teaching, allowing for the time to practice, evaluate, and take healthy risks. I suggest schools have the ability to recognize error, evaluate solutions, and meet the needs of their community, and allow teachers the voice to advocate for their students. Teachers are best at knowing what their students need, and during these unprecedented times, we have to trust that educators know best for their children. I ask that we build a district culture that says teachers aren't alone, acknowledge that our schools, students, and communities feel very isolated right now, and that isolation can be overwhelming and create a divide between a teacher and their work. To help teachers stay present during the day, allowing more flexible schedules, and room to take breaks and deep breaths during this time. Small mental health supports can shift the tone of a day, and that can help an individual feel more ready to complete tasks. Lead professional developments that recognize the stress of online learning and acknowledge instructional pacing is going to look different for this year. Because students are spending so much time alone, they may need more time to process new lessons and content, unlike in the classroom. As well, acknowledging this is a stressful time for everyone, and young people may need extra support for their work to enable authentic learning. With these challenges in mind, I know
Ms. Baum,
that,
if you can wrap up.
oh, okay. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Ms. Hodge.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Shannon Hodge, and I'm the founding executive director of the DC Charter School Alliance, the local nonprofit that advocates on behalf of public charter schools to ensure that all students in the district receive the great public education they deserve. On behalf of the DC Alliance, I offer comments on Resolution SR 2011. The STAR framework is an important tool for providing school performance information on a common set of indicators for schools across the city. While it is not a perfect system, it gets a lot of things right. For example, in elementary and middle schools, growth contributes more to scores than achievement, which is especially important for schools serving a disproportionate percentage of students who are academically at risk. The framework also makes schools responsible for the performance of all students by including subgroup scores as components of the total score. Accountability remains a critical tool for understanding and advancing equity in education, now more than ever. The pandemic has disproportionately affected students who were already academically at risk, and we need tools to understand where students are and to evaluate the success of recovery. Accountability frameworks tend to reflect a negative correlation between a school's ratings and the percentage of students at risk for academic failure the school serves, and the STAR framework is no exception. We share the SBOE's commitment to addressing issues that result in bias against schools serving the city's most vulnerable students. While the framework could be improved, we question whether this is the right time to consider revisions. A great deal has changed since July 2019, when the SBOE voted to revisit the framework, and it seems clear that the proposed timeline needs reconsideration. The COVID-19 crisis prompted the cancellation of statewide assessments and forced schools to abruptly transition to distance learning beginning in mid-March. The STAR framework could not even be calculated for the past school year, meaning that the SBOE would be considering revisions to a framework based only on 2 years of data. With the new school year just beginning, many schools are still operating remotely and are contending with a set of circumstances that could not have been envisioned in 2019. Moreover, key stakeholders such as parents, teachers, and school leaders are preoccupied, and rightly so, with health, safety, childcare, employment, and educational issues exacerbated by the ongoing pandemic. As a result, they are unlikely to fully engage in reconsidering the framework. The SBOE should postpone its review of the STAR framework to allow ample time for research, data modeling, and extensive stakeholder engagement. In our current environment where state-level guidance and support are needed, the SBOE should explore more relevant and timely questions that might include the following. What are our goals for education during this anomalous time period? What would it take to stem the likely learning losses and ensure that under-resourced students don't emerge from this crisis even further behind? What kinds of supports do schools and families need? Because we believe these questions, not revisions to the STAR framework, deserve your attention and that of your stakeholders, we recommend that you postpone revisiting the STAR framework. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Ms. Delaney.
Hello, my name's Katrina Delaney. I'm a teacher at Two Rivers Public Charter School. I am the team lead for the Empower Ed Family Equity Subcommittee. As you know, COVID-19 has exacerbated some of the pre-existing financial instabilities present for many DC families. While some families in DC are able to afford childcare, private teachers, babysitters, etc., many DC families are not able to do so. This is further widening the educational opportunity gap in DC. Many essential workers have no childcare options and do not have the luxury of working from home, as many DC families do. At the end of the summer, the Empower Ed Teacher Council had the idea of a childcare and education support credit. Our Family Equity Subcommittee has taken up this charge to advocate for financial assistance for our families in most need during this pandemic, especially those that are essential workers. We are asking that the DC government allocate funds for families with a combined income of under $150,000 per year to receive financial assistance to cover the cost of childcare and educational support. We are specifically asking for $1,000 per month for every child under the age of 10, targeted at those families who are least well served by virtual learning and those who cannot manage their learning without parental help. While the DC government did give funds to childcare facilities to keep them afloat, there was no financial assistance provided to DC families to cover the cost of childcare for families who need support. There were families who did get money through the government funds that were given from the president, but there were families who did not get that, especially our families who are undocumented immigrants. My own co-teacher is a parent of a second grader currently, while also teaching from home. She cannot afford childcare for her son on a teacher's salary and has to choose between giving attention to her son at any given moment during the weekday, an impossible choice. The mother of one of my students is an essential worker. She has not stopped working once during this pandemic. She has been scraping by and is forced to have family members watch her son during the time she must work. But this may not work if we are out longer than October. What are we doing to support families like theirs? I'm here at the State Board of Education asking for your feedback on this proposal, your ideas for what else we can do to support families of essential workers, teachers who are also parents, and so many more with young children who desperately need help with childcare and educational support for their children. The city seems set to wait out the clock on the pandemic, delaying any meaningful support in the hope that we'll return to normal conditions in a month or 2 or 4. But that may not happen, and families need support right now. We hope you'll join us in advocating for family equity and ensuring these issues are addressed. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Chapman.
Hey, everybody. Hi. All right. Thank you so much for having me. I am Rochelle Chapman, and I'm the team lead for the Empower Ed Health, Safety, and Teacher Rights Subcommittee. Coincidentally, school closed the same day that I decided my health was more important than coming into work during a growing global pandemic. I was pregnant with my now 4-month-old and was growing fearful that I fell into the more susceptible category of the immunocompromised population. Parents were already pulling their students out of school, and then the news came down that school would be closing that day. I was relieved. When talks started in the spring about whether we would go back into the building in the fall, I began to feel stressed, worried, and anxious. At a professional development before school ended, my director brought up the idea of a hybrid schedule and other options that were being discussed. But all I could think of was, but what if I don't feel safe? Will I be forced to choose between my health and my livelihood? I love teaching. I am passionate about education, and I value my role in the lives of the children whose growth I am responsible for facilitating, but that is not all I am. Teachers are mothers, fathers, daughters, sons, brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, and beloved friends, husbands, wives, and partners whose lives should be valued. We go home to people that also depend on us. There is a need for policies and protocols to protect charter school teachers, especially when there is no formal manner in which to have a say in our safety and the conditions of our work. Through Empower Ed, I am leading a teacher safety, health, and rights subcommittee in developing guidelines which take into consideration teachers' own evaluations of under what conditions they would feel comfortable returning to work in person. I am working with a group of educators with the goal of working towards teachers no longer having to choose between their health and safety or their livelihood. Under the current climate of enormous political pressure, relying on the paternalism of charter school management to have our best interest at heart is no longer enough. It is imperative that teacher voices determine what happens to teachers and that we have a say in our own lives. This is a microcosm of the problems with education today. Teachers cannot make decisions without student voices or create an environment in which their student voices are absent. When teachers don't take into consideration their students' voices, needs, health, safety, or person, it's called culturally irrelevant, unresponsive, developmentally inappropriate, and unengaged teaching. So when we are discussing policies that directly affect our teachers and their lives, teachers likewise must be a part of that decision-making process. Our fate cannot be discussed without our say. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Chapman. Members, are there questions? Dr. Sutter?
Thank you all for your testimony. We're hearing such a range of insights tonight on so many topics. Ms. Hodge, I want to direct my question to you around the time frame that you're suggesting here. I too have had concerns and questions about the timing, and I think those were exacerbated by Superintendent Kang's announcement of her resignation. So I'd love to know more about how you think the board could and should support families and schools in some of the points you made, specifically around the goals for learning and notions about trying to reduce increasing gaps in students learning over time.
Thank you so much for that.
Great.
Thank you so much for that question. I think that it's important that, to the point that was just made, that multiple voices be considered and give people time to do that. I think you'll have many people across the education community who will want to weigh in on just that, what the goals should be. But I think my concern is doing that kind of, one, tied to revising the STAR framework, and then two, tied to a particular time for revising it. I think every meeting that I've been in, I've heard about the challenges of just surviving really in these times. And so I think having the conversations, Zoom makes some things easier, and these type of conversations may be easier. So engaging in those conversations around what the goals of learning should be right now are important. I think for many people, the goal is just not to lose too much ground. Given all that's going on, not to prioritize being a 5-star school or a 4-star school or a 2-star school, but just not losing too much ground, particularly for students who are already behind. So some of the issues that are being discussed in this meeting, like making sure people have devices, making sure that all members of the community weigh in on decision-making, are important and would be in this instance as well.
Thank you.
Mr. O'Sullivan.
Thank you, John Paul, and thank you all for testifying here with your public comment. I've kind of just been listening in while doing some homework and other things for school, but I think it was Ms. Chapman, which you had to say about the timing and over the summer having to leave the school. I don't have a question, but I personally, the person who is scheduled to be my English literature teacher left about like 3 days before DCPS made the decision to go completely virtual. And her reasoning was that she didn't feel safe because my school, which is a charter school, initially planned on some sort of reopening in person. And it's unfortunate because I really liked her. I had her in 7th grade, and just the whole timing part of it for me was particularly like painful, because now we're in a new school year and it's a lot harder when you have a new teacher to get acclimated to the school environment, and then you're learning like a new course. So I just feel that, like, obviously, like what happened over the summer was kind of like unfortunate, and the timing I wish could have been better, because like I know my school had high rates of teacher turnover this summer. Just from anecdotal experience, a lot of the teachers I had last year left, and I know that that has been difficult for a lot of students, and it's a part of the reason why virtual learning now is so much harder, but like this concern of like teachers who left the school building because or who left their current school because they wanted to find some place where they didn't feel they were going to endanger their lives. So I didn't have a question, but I just wanted to add my own experience with that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Parker.
Thank you. I have several questions. So if you could keep your response to 20 to 30 seconds, I would greatly appreciate it. Ms. Dubose, I appreciate your passion for arts integration. In fact, one of our committees is focused on just that, well-rounded education. Can you name examples that you've seen during distance learning where teachers have infused the arts even through distance learning, if at all? And you're on mute.
I can say within my classes, I teach English, and so being able to equate English with dance, for example, ballet in particular, where ballet begins with the ballet bar, it moves to center floor. From there, it's across the floor dancing, eventually choreography with cleaning that work to a finished piece. Well, in teaching with my students, I equate writing the same way in terms of writing beginning with sentences that grows to paragraphs, and then it blooms into multi-paragraph essays or multi-page papers. And then there's a cleaning process, the editing process with your paper, the same as it is with dance, until the final product, your paper, is ready for submission for that grade. So using those types of this language. Okay.
Thank you. No,
I could go on.
We will follow up to get more examples to highlight the great work that you're doing and others. Ms. Delaney, your recommendation for $1,000 tax credit a month for parents, do you have ideas for where that money may come from or how we may increase revenue to afford that type of proposal?
Right now, we're still in our beginning stages, but I would love some feedback on that.
Got it. Thank you. And Ms. Hodge, thanks for your remarks. Two quick questions. One, is it that we shouldn't be taking up a STAR resolution at all, or is it more so the time frame around it? And two, what is your take on whether or not we should have ratings this year, given all that's going on?
Quick answers. It's timing only. And two, I do not think there should be ratings this year at all.
Thank you.
The data aren't there.
Thank you.
Mr. Parker. Is there additional questions from members? Seeing none, panel, thank you so much for being here tonight. We appreciate it very much, and we will see you at our next meeting, I hope. Have a great day. If you can go ahead and log off of the meeting, I'll bring the last panel in. Members, it's a shortened panel of 3 members of the public in this panel. Great. Okay. Ms. Fuchs. Go ahead, Ms. Fuchs. You're unmuted.
Sorry. Okay. Thank you. Our district leadership needs to wake up, especially our mayor, and we need your help to do it. It is not just business as usual right now for students, educators, and our families, and just wishing it could be so will not make it so. Perhaps now that we have an opportunity for new leadership, we should reconsider the STAR report card. I would personally start by not using stars at all. We don't need to minimize schools to a simplistic rating and paste it everywhere. It is not productive. Instead, we should be looking at how we can better measure growth, look at more inputs than outputs, and find systems that are more flexible and less easily gamed. Others will speak to this better than I ever can, but the status quo is garbage, and will continue to be garbage. So let's actually build something that won't be used as a tool to close our schools and instead can actually help us grow. When looking for a new Aussie superintendent, I hope we use this as an opportunity for the SBOE, council, and public to really discuss and give input on what we want out of Aussie. I hope we choose someone who will actually believe the public should be listened to and not just paid lobbyists from Democrats for Education Reform and their affiliates. I hope we choose someone who thinks that charter schools be held and measured on the same standards as DCPS, not just the standards that help them fill their narrative. I hope that we choose someone who believes in transparency, not hiding key data points and make the mayor look bad. My dog is being crazy. I hope we choose someone from DC, not someone who needs months to get the lay of the land, i.e., read the mayor's talking points, which were handed to her by D for lobbyist. I hope we choose someone who believes in holding schools accountable for special education students and families, not just saying the status quo is fine. I hope we find someone who's interested in keeping students and families safe from COVID-19, not letting it be a free-for-all with a minimum standard set by Trump and hell-bent on getting students in classrooms that are not safe. Finally, the mayor's team keeps repeating that before November 9th, small groups of students will enter DCPS schools for in-person instruction. I want to be very clear that conditions in our building have not changed at all, despite DCPS narratives to the contrary. There is no reason to believe that HVAC systems have truly been addressed, that signage is present, it is not, that there is adequate PPE and staffing to clean the buildings when students return regularly. There are no protocols. Teachers are just figuring out how to do distance learning. And then we switch to hybrid, which is like doing 3 jobs at once. Healthcare enforcer, distance learning, and in-person learning, without any real plan beyond a Hunger Games style staffing model where our colleagues are expected to fight to the death in an attempt to not die in a classroom. All while we have no idea what the results of the election may bring as far as protests. This is morally irresponsible on every level, from pedagogy to health to social emotional welfare. Distance learning is not perfect, but it's far better than I thought, and we can continue to do more to invest in doing it right and reaching out to those families who are struggling with it and getting them what they need to be successful if we want to. So let's do it and do it right. I hope the SBOE members will all be exceptionally involved in all of these fights because these are fights for the heart and souls of education, educators, and our students, one that we don't aim to lose.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Savage.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, State Board of Education members. My name is Carrie Savage, and I'm the Director of Policy at PAVE. Thank you for leading this important conversation on how to best support our students who are most vulnerable and improve the STAR framework. In 2017, PAVE hosted focus groups and surveyed 515 parents to determine what information about schools they most wanted to see on the new school report card, which concluded they were most interested in student performance by subgroup and teacher quality, with re-enrollment in available programs and attendance also rated highly. With that said, the first iteration of the STAR framework was a good start. It answers parents' call for emphasis on academics when assessing school quality, with student achievement and growth making up the majority of the weight. In particular, the inclusion of performance data by subgroup in the STAR rating is a strong foundation for getting to more equitable outcomes. Still, the STAR framework is not perfect. On its own, it does not clearly demonstrate how well a school is educating all groups of students. There are schools with lower STAR ratings that are seeing massive student growth and achievement and laudable impact on student learning, work that should be studied and replicated. There are also schools receiving high STAR ratings that are not serving all groups of students well. Thus, we must seek solutions to provide more accurate information for families, educators, and policymakers. Knowing that, the latest research and what we've heard from families thus far, there are 2 key things that are abundantly clear. We must be radically honest about where our students are at so we can get to each of them the support they need to achieve. If we are a city that believes all students can learn, grow, and thrive, we must continue to look for ways to understand if students are on track to be college and career ready or proficiency, and how well schools are able to support and impact their learning or growth. We need to make sure our accountability systems are not socioeconomically and racially biased and recognize schools that are undoing generational gaps that our systems created. This means revisiting how we assess and account for growth in high school, how we allocate the weights to show how well schools are supporting at-risk students, students with disabilities in each racial group, and how we represent a well-rounded educational experience. These are all things that families raised at the start and have continued to voice. A robust community engagement effort to get input on those options is equally essential so that those decisions are made with families and educators, not for them. We cannot shy away from looking at student outcomes as they are. Our schools are here to help students grow and ensure equity. We must make sure schools are continuously improving in both those regards and give them the supports they need to do that work. This leads me to my second point. Inequities run deep in our city and nation, and we must meet these inequities with bold leadership, professional development, funding, and support. Any accountability system must be coupled with robust funding and supports, and not just for schools scoring in the lowest 5%. For years, we have underfunded our schools, even according to our own adequacy study, and students and families have shouldered that burden. That is unacceptable. I hope that the state board will make clear that any accountability system should be coupled with the necessary supports for our schools, communities, our families, and our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kreiner Brown?
Yes. Hello. Can everyone hear me? Okay. Thank you. So good evening. My name is Allison Kreiner Brown. I am the Associate Director of Teaching for Change and do family engagement work through Teaching for Change. I am also a DCPS parent east of the river, and I'm going to be sharing a lot of insight from that. So I'm here to speak tonight about the STAR framework and to give full support for the resolution that has been posed, particularly as it's been worded. I don't know if everyone's gotten the chance to, aside from the state board, has gotten the chance to read through it, but there are some really key points that are pulled out in the resolution in and of itself. In particular, noting that it by design, it produces ratings that are systematically lower for schools that have larger populations of at-risk students, Black and Brown students, particularly when we're talking about special education students. And I really appreciate that the state board acknowledged the importance of the STARS, not just in the impact that they are actually having out in the community. I don't hear the STARS being discussed about for schools really in terms of here are the areas that we need to target, or here's what we need to do to improve academic growth. That's not the conversation among parents. It's, should I send my child to this school or not? And so when schools already have a 2-star, one or 2-star rating, and my daughter is actually at a school that has a 2-star rating. And when we first got our 2-star rating, a lot of parents threw it out the window because they just did not feel that it adequately reflected our schools, especially when they heard that so much of it was based on the PARCC test. And one parent even said, well, that test is all done on the computer, right? She's like, well, my daughter doesn't type well. So she just completely rejected the results. It didn't actually start enough of a conversation of us being able to really look at as a school community with what was going on in our school. And instead, I have then out in the community, including at daycare for my youngest child, I had to talk a family into considering looking at our school because the parent who was doing the research saw the STAR ratings and immediately cut it out of consideration. So just as a parent, I don't think that I think it should be taken very seriously how these STAR ratings are actually used and the potential damage compared to how we see them being beneficial. There are a number of data points that I was able to pull from a statistician who was able to verify that more than 50% of the variation in STAR ratings can actually be explained by school demographics, specifically family income. The proficiency metric, especially if you're looking at advanced, is still biased in favor of schools with higher income population. And the growth metric is biased against, has bias against schools that are high poverty and high SPED populations. And I'm happy to follow up with more detail on that, but I want to voice full support for the resolution tonight.
Thank you. Ms. Giles.
Good evening. My name is Jess Giles. I'm a Ward 7 resident and an equity advocate and the Deputy Director of Education Reform Now, DC. Earn DC is a nonprofit organization that fights to ensure that every student, particularly students of color and students from low-income families, has a high-quality education. We are committed to advancing racial equity in public education, closing opportunity gaps, and regularly evaluating education reforms to see if they are working as intended. It is through a racial equity lens and with this perspective that I am pleased to provide testimony tonight. The impact of COVID-19 has been catastrophic for DC. Many of our students and families are experiencing compounded trauma through the loss of loved ones, economic hardship, and the relentlessness of structural racism. Therefore, it is incumbent upon the Mayor, DC Council, and DC State Board to ensure that every student in both DC public schools and DC public charter schools has the resources they need to succeed. This means calling or visiting every single family with a child of school age to ask them if they need help enrolling in school. This means ensuring every student from a low-income family is provided with free internet access and devices, as well as 24/7 support for distance learning. This means ensuring that every school has school-based mental health support and that every student experiencing trauma is identified and given the appropriate assistance to help them cope. This means our recovery efforts include providing students with high dosage tutoring so they don't fall further behind in their schoolwork. This virus, more than anything in recent history, is testing whether or not DC is doing everything in its power to ensure every student is set up for success in life, college, and their career. Every student can learn. We must do better. We urge the State Board to champion these efforts. Under the strong guidance of the DC State Board and through many countless hours of stakeholder input and buy-in, the DC School Report Card and STAR Framework were launched in December 2018 to give parents, communities, and policymakers a tool that provides important information about school performance. It includes metrics like PARCC data that can be reliably and validly measured, information on student subgroups, which is incredibly important for assessing equity, measures academic growth, and provides additional funding to schools with a lower rating. It's for all of these reasons that Earn DC supports the DC School Report Card and STAR framework. With that said, an effective rating system should not penalize schools based on the percentage of students served that are considered at risk. That is why we believe the STAR framework should be reevaluated, because it sends inaccurate messages that schools with more at-risk students are of lower quality, which is simply not true and can have negative impacts on schools and on decisions made by families exploring their school options. We urge state board members to reflect on what it means to optimally measure effectiveness without lowering expectations for student achievement, and to assign higher STAR ratings to schools that are effectively educating certain student subgroups. This might be students with disabilities, English learners, at-risk students. This is the equitable approach we should be aiming for. Of course, to do so requires more than accountability. We must fully fund all of our schools and provide them with the necessary support to ensure high-quality learning. Thank you for allowing me to present testimony tonight. My written testimony, which I will share with you later, is much longer.
Thank you very much. Ms. Thompson.
Hi, can you hear me? Perfect. My name is Ebony Rose Thompson. I am currently the chair of the Ward 7 Education Council, and I'm here to talk about the resolution around the STAR rating. I really appreciate this being up for reconsideration because I remember the first time the board went through its process with ESSA to decide how we were going to measure our schools, and I think it's time we revisit that. When I think about what a quality school is, and when I think about what the purpose of the report cards are, I'm not so sure we capture that in the STARS. I've seen everything from go beyond the STARS. I absolutely appreciate what LaJoy said earlier about, like, if we're going to rate schools 1 star, we should rate our system 1 star. And here's why. When I think about a quality school, and I think about my own experience, the things that told me that was a good school, the things that told my mom that was a good school, who is a teacher, don't show up in our STARS. And that's because they are too heavily weighted on test scores. That is not to say test scores can't be included as a metric, but I think we've learned a lot. I know that, for example, DCPS actually does do school surveys that are school climate surveys. We don't include that data. There's other data we have. There's other data that actually measures what's important to parents and families that's not reflected, and we should capture that. I don't think that most things are perfect, but I do think that most things can be improved. And I think it would be less than responsible if we didn't take the opportunity to improve. So some things just to consider that I considered when I thought about helping my mom search for a school for my youngest sister who is in high school. We thought about what would it take for her to have the same experiences that I had. We thought about my high school experience at SEED, where I got to have small classes. We thought about the fact that I was able to travel to Greece, that I was able to take AP courses, that there were counselors there who could support students who needed that extra support. We thought about, like, what the climate was and how comfortable she would feel. None of those things are captured in test scores. Many of those things can be shared and can be reported on. And so I absolutely agree with the board's desire to increase transparency, to increase equity, and to measure school quality. I just also hope that the board and OSSI will consider how we can improve that process by, again, just adjusting what we include in those stars. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Boots.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Josh Boots. I am an 18-year DC resident and former DCPS middle school teacher and current executive director of Empower K-12, a local nonprofit that supports schools to use data to continuously improve. In March, educators quickly shifted all teaching to some form of distance learning as the pandemic gripped the nation. Some schools were better positioned with technology to deliver lessons over the internet, while others relied on phone calls and paper packets to continue the school year. The abrupt, unplanned changes in learning resulted in academic regression, particularly for low-income students and those with disabilities. This fall, schools embarked on another round of distance learning as the pandemic lingers on with a cure and vaccine not in sight. Empower K-12 believes that to reverse the academic slide and to ensure students have success this year, schools must quickly learn from their own experience and from each other to continuously improve hybrid learning. Schools that assess root causes of new challenges and conduct rapid cycle testing utilizing new engagement and new social-emotional learning progress metrics to better understand what's working can emerge from this pandemic stronger than before the COVID abruptly shut everything down 6 months ago. Now is the time to collaboratively improve and support our educators and families. Empower K-12 is helping by facilitating 2 cross-sector educator continuous improvement networks to improve outcomes, both academic and social-emotional, for students with disabilities in these trying times, because research supports school systems' use of improvement science as a practice to achieve equitable outcomes. We are also working with a network of charter schools that are currently administering the first common student well-being survey created by local experts to better understand how our students are feeling and doing across the city. How is the State Board of Education helping to support our educators and families during this pandemic year? Tonight, this group is discussing an accountability system that very likely won't be released again until November 2022 and may significantly be different post-pandemic with new definitions of student engagement and success. I think the tenets of continuous improvement that work for educators also apply when thinking about how we should improve the STAR framework. The first step should be backwards looking, with the board resolving to determine an overall aim for the improvement of the STAR framework. The current resolution identifies many issues that we agree with, including the STAR to at-risk correlation, but it does not resolve with an aim of how to improve it. For example, that aim could be something like, we will reduce the at-risk correlation with overall scores by X% because research suggests that Y. Identifying appropriate aims requires research into drivers and root causes of the correlation, as well as learning from schools with positive deviance. Lots of DC schools serving at-risk students are earning 4 and 5-star ratings. We should be learning how are they doing it. And of the record 26 bold performance schools that we awarded in 2019, 24 of them had a 3-star rating or higher. We think it should be all of them. Since the resolution does not identify an overall aim nor root causes of the STAR framework, it's hard to determine whether the suggestions will actually have changes. Therefore, we recommend that the board begin with an aim, identify the root causes, and then address the change ideas for improving the STAR framework.
Thank you, Mr. Boots. Ms. Jablow.
Yes, parent for 15 years. I'm testifying about our school ratings, which are both unfair and incomplete, and the public interest in them. As many have noted, test scores are correlated with the socioeconomic status of student bodies. ESSA allowed a 55% test score weight in school ratings. Yet, instead of listening to what DC residents actually said, OSSI proposed having a test weight at the highest level, 80%. This was supported by Democrats for Education Reform, DFER, which engaged in phone banking before your 2017 ESSA vote to ensure a test-heavy weight. The compromise was a 70% test score weight in DC. Not surprisingly, only 16 of 50 signers of a letter DFER sent to your body in 2017 urging support of the test-heavy rating were identified as parents in DC's publicly funded schools. At the same time, OSSI held conversations about ESSA with the American Heart Association, the Chesapeake Bay Foundation, the College Board, and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. As a parent, I not only have no way of knowing what those conversations about my kids' schools were, I tried FOIA, got nothing, but also, like most parents, do not enjoy such close access to education policymakers, despite my 15-year, very personal investment in DCPS with my own kids. So while I'm glad this body is re-examining rating our schools like restaurants or movies, and not as the democratic institutions they actually are, I reiterate what should have been recognized in 2017 as demanded by many DC residents. Test scores are not a school. They are also not fulsome pictures of what goes on in a school. Rather, test scores reflect individual student performance on the day of testing. For schools and students without adequate working tech, testing online amounts to a penalty out of the starting gate. Without tracking of individual students through DC's LEAs, schools with highly mobile populations will inevitably have test data that doesn't account for where their students actually are. Making the star rating relative means some schools will always be, as our president says, losers, without regard for what those schools are actually doing and have at their disposal, which ratings should take into account. Test score mistakes can happen and need to be accounted for. Combining scores of different tests of different levels of difficulty and presenting the scores as determinative disadvantage is schools and creates harmful fictional narratives. Instead of focusing on proficiency or lack thereof, we need to focus on how test pickup changes over time with the same student without punishing the school or student for the level the student starts at. And finally, DC schools alone cannot fix the ills of poverty. While many lucrative DC businesses have been built on the premise that our schools can, I urge you to support a much more democratic view of education, wherein our teachers teach, our students learn, our schools are well supported for the students they have, not those someone might wish they had, and cherished, not punished for all that, even when test scores are low. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, given the additional panelists on this round, we will extend our question period to 3 minutes per member. Mr. Parker.
Thank you, John Paul. If you all could keep your answers brief, I have several short questions and then I have one for everyone. Ms. Savage, you talked about the engagement with paid parents. Do you know if there has been any engagement around or recently, given the state board's focus on this STAR resolution with parents?
Specifically about what they want included in the STAR framework or about the STAR framework itself?
Yes.
I would say there hasn't been formal engagement where that's been the only topic, but information about schools and how they're doing is constantly a part of parents' conversation. So I tried to lift up what I've heard in those conversations, but I would be remiss to say we don't need to do it in a more robust way.
Totally. And I would imagine it goes without saying that that is a possibility if we wanted further engagement, that you all could allow that to happen with your parents, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Great.
We'd love to.
Ms. Brown, in my survey of Ward 5 parents, surprisingly, I found that many of them do actually value the STAR rating, but then ironically, many of them also acknowledge they didn't have a lot of information about it or they didn't know a lot about it, which leads me to believe that some may just associate 5 with better and 1 with, anyway. In your testimony, you talked about parents not necessarily buying into the validity of the ratings. In your assessment, do you also find that parents don't know much about the rating, or are they well informed about how the ratings are calculated?
I say that parent and as a family engagement professional, I do not at all think parents are well informed about the STAR framework and what's actually behind it.
Helpful. Josh, I just want to call out that this isn't a question, but it is to say that our resolution is exactly what you mentioned. It is to say that there is undue bias in the system, that we need to address it. We've heard from a limited number of experts, and that we should do more exploration around it and community engagement. It is not to say how. So thank you for calling out that distinction. And I'll end on this question for everyone, and I would love maybe those who I didn't get a chance to get to lead with answering. There's been this talk that even Ms. Thompson mentioned tonight of rating the system, talking about how the system is both funding our schools, supporting our schools. Would you, yes or no, be in favor with adding that type of information officially to our STAR rating, an input or information about rating the system and how it supports our schools? Yes
The
or no?
system fails and mayoral control.
That was Laura. Thank you. Next.
I would say yes, because I do agree with what LaJoy Johnson-Law or Law Johnson said, that like when there are one-star schools, that's on all of us. But it's not just on the system, it's on all of us.
Got it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parker. I apologize, your time is expired. I do note that we do have one additional public witness who is able to join us, so I'm going to pause on questions to allow Mr. Tanzi to have an opportunity to speak. If we can reset the timer for 3 minutes. Mr. Tanzi, feel free to begin.
Thank you. My name is David Tanzi. I'm a math teacher at McKinley Tech. I have come here to support adding a growth measure to the high school star rating. I will also argue that a growth score would be much more accurately measured if it was based on student-based longitudinal data. Broadly speaking, schools should be rated on growth more than proficiency. It is how one controls for outside variables: prior academic experience of students, access to academic resources outside of school, and problems that cannot be entirely addressed by a school. Proficiency is an easier measure to develop, but it gives us data that is of little value. It also goes entirely against our current push for equity. It rewards schools that serve students that are already on or above grade level and punishes schools that serve those with the greatest need and, generally speaking, with less ability to take advantage of the academic opportunities outside of class. School metrics that are heavily proficiency-based also compound the inequalities we have in society. Families with greater means and greater sense of agency are further convinced that the bad schools are, in fact, bad, and that they should enroll their students elsewhere. That only furthers the divide between the haves and the have-nots. So even if our current ratings were entirely internal, they'd capture an inaccurate measure of a school. Because they are parent-facing, they actually make some of our societal problems worse. Proficiency-focused metrics are especially not valuable for high school rating. High schools have the students with the longest time in our school system. Some come in with knowledge and academic skills that have been refined over their elementary and middle schools with little interruption. Some had a more turbulent academic journey and come to high school with gaps in knowledge or less refined skills. The current proficiency-focused rating also advantages schools that can be selective about who they admit and who they retain. This further undermines the accuracy and incentive structures of the evaluation system that is proficiency-focused. For these reasons, a growth-focused rating is essential for all schools, but especially for high schools. A growth focus would reward schools for helping those with the greatest academic needs and give the city and its residents a more accurate sense of which schools are generally able to serve their students well and which are not yet able to serve all of their students well. That is why I support this resolution. To have a genuine rating measure for schools, we need to develop a longitudinal rating that is student-based rather than school-based. That would both improve the accuracy of our growth ratings and limit the ability to game the system. It would also allow us to do much more sophisticated analysis of the data we collect. We would be better able to identify what variables are most predictive of academic outlooks for specific students, schools, and even feeder patterns. For example, for the individual student, how much moving between schools affects performance. For schools, we could better determine what levels of teacher and leadership turnover start to affect academic performance of the students as a whole, like in a case now where relationships are better if they're already established. We could also examine what proportion of the students with IEPs or those who are designated at risk or who are English language learners become too much for a school to serve properly. We could then make policy decisions that will lessen the number of schools that reach those levels. Our star rating system creates many more problems than it solves. It would benefit from a growth metric for high schools, but after this resolution passes, I hope we will develop a metric that is growth focused and based on individual students' longitudinal data. That, combined with a whole school system approach to thinking about schools and how to lead and serve them, what guide our city towards a truly data-driven and more equitable school system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. O'Leary.
I am here because I am a teacher who taught in a school that we knew was going to be rated as a 1 before the star rating even started. And I am against the rating system, and I want it to change because I know the students that I taught for 40 years at Cardozo have become successful in life because of what happened in that building. And it's nothing that's measured in the star rating at all. I think that I know what happened once we started the PARC test. The English teachers and the math teachers stopped teaching English and stopped teaching math and started just trying to get the kids to be able to pass a test that is not fair to our students at all and should be changed and should have much less weight on the rating of a school than almost 50% of the rating itself. It's just like when I would get a student in my AP class that was a reader and a writer, all I had to do was hone their skills. In the last year that I taught, we had AP for all the students. I had 81 students in my AP classes. They were special ed students. They were English language learners. And if I had been rated on their growth, I would have been the best teacher in the world, but I wasn't. Now, they were seniors and they weren't even graded on the PARC test. But it was so unfair to those 10th grade students who didn't get a chance to read a book, didn't get a chance to read a poem, didn't get a chance to read a play in their English class because it was all set up to try to get them to pass the PARC test. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Sutter.
Thank you so much. So I want to give my appreciation to everyone this evening for your testimony. Ms. Savage, I really appreciated the notion of this radical honesty about admitting how our schools and students are doing. Ms. Kreiner-Brown, I appreciate that you note that parents use these information systems in all sorts of ways, including throwing them out and saying, I don't care what it says, this school is good for me and my child. And I hope that whatever we do to the star rating, that it maintains that way, that parents make choices that are right for their kids, whether or not they use the stars to inform it. Jess, I appreciate that you mentioned the need to fund all schools. I think that if we don't fully fund and resource all our schools, however we evaluate them goes out the window. Mr. Boots, Josh, I really appreciate you talking about the need for us to be clear in our purpose about why we have a system at all. I have one question I want to put it to Ms. Thompson. Ms. Thompson, you and I have colleagues in common, so I know that you work for the Schusterman Foundation that deals with investments in organizations that seek to improve the quality of instruction. And I think that sometimes we think about the star rating as a proxy for where good instruction is happening, and it may or may not be so. So given your experience, can you talk to me about how you think we might better assess the quality of instruction across our schools in a place like the district?
So our investments are actually to better support teachers, is the way I think about it. So if Schusterman had a tagline, it would be Schusterman Hearts Teachers. Because it is about making sure that teachers have the resources they need to provide quality instruction, not just the assessment and accountability. Now, we do care about assessment. We do care about accountability, but we want to make sure what we get from those assessments means something. And we want to make sure that we are rating and judging people fairly. So when we think about the PARC test, the PARC results don't mean anything if the curriculum isn't aligned to what you're assessing students on. The curriculum isn't helpful if teachers have to spend a lot of their time going outside of what's already provided to them to come up with additional lessons or supplemental materials. If we don't give schools and teachers what they need to provide high quality instruction, but we only focus on accountability, it doesn't matter if it's stars, if it's colors, if it's dots, it doesn't mean anything because we're not being honest about what we're measuring and what we're supporting people to do. So that is actually why we have multiple portfolios around high quality materials, around things like professional learning, teacher prep, around educating electeds, right? Like things like that's actually one of those things is in my portfolio.
Thank you so much. I really value your expertise and I thank you for sharing it.
Thank you. Dr. Gasoi.
Thank you, John Paul. Ms. Savage, thank you for talking about a point that's actually in the resolution, which is that we're hoping that the star rating will lead more to supports And this is for you or anyone who wants to answer it, really, is just, first of all, are there aspects of the current system that you think hinders sort of the system's ability to bring supports, and, or do you have ideas about what that might look like if it were more angled towards bringing supports? And I think, Mr. Tanzi, you spoke to that a little bit, but Ms. Savage, if you wanted to speak to that.
Sure, I can start. I think, as I noted, we've underfunded all of our schools for some time. And so I think that we need to make sure that all of our schools have the resources they need. In particular, we've underfunded supports for at-risk students grossly for some time. So I think as a system, we need to take a hard look at, as Ms. Law mentioned at the beginning, for Ward 7 and 8 in particular, how we are setting them up for success. And then even outside of funding, I think we need to offer more opportunities for schools to come together and share the best practices, because there are so many great things that are already going on in schools. And so the system setting folks up who are doing that great work to share it and expand it so that we can keep those good practices going. But that's just the beginning. There's lots more we can do.
If I can speak to that, I know I spoke quickly because I wanted to get all in there, but we need good data and longitudinal data. And what that means is I can see, since Zachary Parker thanked me for speaking, I can see how Zachary Parker has been doing every year, rather than looking at a school going, well, maybe they just got better at recruiting top students, right? Is that what we should be looking at? Or should we be saying, how was Zachary at this school? How much did he grow at the next school? How much did he grow at the third school? And did it matter that he switched 3 schools, right? Or did it not? And I've presented many times to State Board and DC Council, and one of the statistics I use, which is a couple years old now, but in recent years, Ballou has had 42% of their students have IEPs. I think the supports we need aren't like how much do we need for Ballou, it's how do we make it so no schools are 42% schools with IEPs? And that's what this data needs to inform, is how do we change policies so a school doesn't have an overwhelming need of a population that needs more individualized and adaptive attention and curriculum, because that just becomes impossible when you have that disproportionate distribution.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, is there additional questions? President Wattenberg. President Wattenberg, you're on mute.
First, thanks to everybody, and I don't think I can be as skillful as Jessica Sutter in sort of giving everybody a shout out, but this was terrific, and I really, really appreciate it. I want to put my first question to Carrie Savage. When you talked about the kinds of improvements you'd like to see in the STAR rating, one of the things you raised was how to better reflect well-rounded education, and we have talked about this a lot, and I wonder if you have any thoughts about how that would get done.
Ruth, I would have to kick that to families. So I myself don't have a great answer for that question right now. I'd like to connect you all with parents so that they can talk about the experiences that they've had and want to see reflected in the system. But so happy to follow up with that.
All right, that'll be great. And for anybody else, does anybody else want to jump in on that? Because it is a really important question.
I do think it's an important question, Ruth. I would also say, like, we do give it a science assessment. That's not currently part of the STAR framework. But I would also say that things that have happened in the last year have also made it relevant that, like, social studies is really important. How do we know that our social study, like, I know that we're doing a new curriculum, but how are our students progressing in that? Like, civics and history are so important. Like, it's evident from all the stuff that's happened in the last few months. And so I think that how do we integrate that into our system as well? It's a very important question.
I know Allison is trying to jump in, and I know Allison, I remember Allison participated in some of the meetings we held when we looked at this the first time. And so I'll be brief. I think that people want to understand what programs are in schools. The stars tell you nothing about what programs are provided in schools. I think people want to know things about like their teacher and who's teaching them. They want to know what the trajectory is and what the plan is. So like, does what my kid is what my kid learning in elementary school preparing them for middle school, and is that preparing them for high school? And then what happens after that? I think when that's what people want to know when they think about well-rounded education, and we just don't have anything that's measuring that currently.
So, yeah, I want to jump in and say, so I'm one of several people who are on just this panel alone, who were members of the community task force that the state board formed after DC's ESSA plan was approved. And so we looked at this for 2 years. And one of the things that we found when we were going out and doing the initial surveys and engagement, I know Carrie mentioned the surveys that PAVE did with parents. I did those at 5 schools and got parent feedback. And parents told us, and it is documented, what they wanted. And a big response that we kept getting from OSSI is, well, it's going to take us time to develop a way to assess that. You know, a lot of the things they said, you know, we readily have available park attendance, so on and so forth. And they said, well, you know, we don't have things that we can measure right now. So yes, we do need to revisit this. We actually have a lot of data from parents and community members about what they want to see and how what is currently offered does not match up to that.
Well, this will be a great time to relook at all that data. So
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. O'Sullivan has a comment.
Thank you, John Paul, and thank you all for being here. I just wanted to say a few things before the discussion ended, but I know people who have attended 1- and 2-star schools, but are much smarter than students in the 5-star school I attend. I know students who attend 1- and 2-star schools and like their schools way more than the students who attend my 5-star school. The idea of rating a school is dehumanizing. You're putting ratings on people when you do that. When you say you're a 1-star student, when you're a 1-star school, what does that make the student? Are you calling that student 1 star? Are you calling that student less than? Because it feels like you just don't care about those students. Abandon them, abandon those schools, strip them of their resources. Why? Because those test scores, man. Some people suck at tests. Like, I know so many people in my class who have the most intelligent, thoughtful things to say in discussions. They just suck at tests. That doesn't measure their intellect. I feel like if you're teaching to pass a test, you're teaching for the wrong reasons. And as long as implementations like these are set up from a structural approach in our education system, I feel like you're setting your education system up to fail. And that's from my perspective, from a student Thank you.
Thank you. I'm seeing no further questions from members. Panelists, you are dismissed. Thank you so much for being here. We very much appreciate all of your testimony. If you have not already sent written testimony, this goes for all of our panelists tonight. Please do send it to me so I can add it to our record. Madam President, I'll turn it back over to you.
Before you all go, I just want to say that was terrific. Thank you very much. And to all the panelists who came before you, that was terrific. And we look forward to more conversations like this going forward. So with that, I'm going to switch to our next session about student voice. And I just want to say this grew out of our last working session where our student rep, Alex O'Sullivan, talked about the need for students to be heard more. And he talked about a lot of forums where that needs to happen. And we all agree it needs to happen in a lot of different forums. And we're going to help him on that. But we wanted to start by doing something we can do, which is on a more regular basis, hear from students about specific issues. And we asked Alex to put together, I think it's a few people, to talk about some of the issues around school reopening, virtual education, what they're experiencing. So with that, I turn it over to Alex and Shayla. Alex and Shayla.
Yeah, we couldn't get too many people this first time only because it was on short notice, and some of us are still getting acclimated to the school environment. But before I do start, I guess we're going to be kind of giving our own testimony in a sense. But I did hear back from a lot of like students from like my school, so I did ask people. So these aren't just like my own personal opinions. These are some of the things I picked up from students at my school. And then also there are some of my friends who attend various public schools in the city. But I guess I can ask if Shayla or Alyssa wants to go first, or I can. It's up to you all.
You can go ahead, Alex.
Okay, cool. Well, thank you, President Wattenberg and members of the public. As you all know, I'm Alex O'Sullivan. I'm an 11th grader at Base DC, and I'm in virtual learning right now for school. This is a difficult predicament to be in, but we all know it's not safe to go back in person how we all prefer. And frankly, when it is quote unquote safe, for how long will it stay safe until another outbreak? And before we answer that, we should be asking the question, why doesn't every child have access to a functional laptop or tablet and high-speed internet connection when we had months to prepare for distance learning over the summer? We all agree our education is critical. And while I don't think distance learning is perfect, it is way better than I thought it would be, but there is still so much work to do. With that being said, wellness and safety is the most important thing any legislator or LEA can keep in mind right now for learning. And a big part of that is our mental health. And right now, so many of us are struggling to cope with the changes virtual learning is bringing. This is a difficult transition for all of us. And frankly, I don't think anyone's enjoying it, but we have to get through it. And the only way we do that is by listening to our students and to our teachers. We should be going to schools and asking the questions, how can we make distance learning better? I would recommend a couple preliminary things to do. First, read the 2019-2020 Student Advisory Committee report. This was one of the things we talked about based off how distance learning was done at the end of last school year. 2, cut down to 1, maybe 2 synchronous classes a day max. I'm going to talk more about that, and I know Shayla and Alyssa also have things to say about that. 3rd, encourage teachers to, and I mean this literally, ease up on the work. It's a lot of work. 4, establish weekly input sessions at schools for students and families, and overall have better structural components in place at our schools for distance learning. Now, I know various schools may actually do this, but I am not sure if all schools do it. I know my school has done it, and it's been pretty helpful. I think we should make the best out of our situation, but an important part of that is making sure we don't drive away our students and we don't completely destroy their will to learn. And once a student has given up, and for these younger kids, once a family has given up, the gap will be immeasurable. It won't be a matter of catching up for those kids who fell behind. It instead will be an issue of starting over. We should reevaluate the extent to which we use synchronous learning, because a lot of my peers don't like having all those live sessions where it feels like we're mindlessly watching screen after screen, presentation after presentation, teacher after teacher, and then fumbling through our files to find a Word doc we downloaded 3 days ago, and then suddenly having to unmute ourselves because the teacher called on us. Don't get me wrong, we all enjoy being face-to-face with our friends and our teachers and actually being able to speak to them at the same time in which they are lecturing, but looking at those screens from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. has not been fun whatsoever. Back in regular school before the pandemic, we went to school for 7 hours a day, and we took notes, we participated in class discussions, and we did our work. And I'll be honest, we do the same now. We wake up, we get dressed, and we go to school, which is our computer, and we take notes. We participate in class discussions, we do our work, but there is no satisfaction anymore. We're not with our friends, we can't throw paper balls at each other, we can't have random side conversations, we don't get to eat at the same lunch table and talk about the NBA, and we cannot randomly bump into one of our friends in the hallway. We do not get joy out of being worked until we can't type or staring at our computer screens until our headaches are so painful we have to wear blue light glasses, as I'm wearing now. And we certainly do not appreciate, after finishing all of our classes for the day, having to do the 3 hours worth of additional homework due that same night or the next day. On a good day during normal school, homework is the worst part about the day, the thing you dread to do when you get home, but you just have to persevere through it. Just work until you finish so you can relax and watch some TV or text your friends. But right now, 3 to 4 weeks into school, every waking second during the school day is feeling like the homework that we all used to dread. We can barely squeeze out 15 minutes a day to not think about schoolwork or our next team's call. Honestly, what we just want is time to breathe, to be given 1, maybe 2 synchronous classes a day at max. We want to be able to eat lunch and go on walks and exercise and nap if we need to, because we need to. Today, as of September 16th, my chemistry teacher did the best thing for me and my classmates that any person at my school has done all year. He did not give us any work. He started the team's call. He asked us for input on how we could make his class and the school day as a whole less burdensome and less stressful. And he received that feedback, and he said he would share it with the front office. And he said, get off your computers. Don't do any work for this class. You have no new assignments. Go outside, go on a walk, get out of the house, take a nap, but don't look at your computer and don't do any work. Just take time to relax and have some space to breathe. So for the remaining 35 minutes of my class, for the first time all year besides lunchtime, I just went on a walk during my class, and it helped more than you all might think. So thank you, and I guess Shayla or Alyssa can go next.
I'll go ahead. So I would like to agree with everything that Alex has said regarding mental health. You know, mental health and really taking care of yourself within this time of, you know, this pandemic. And then also with school on top of it, things have been, you know, just a bit rocky. So I wanted to say that the structure in which the scheduling of our school day is not ideal. And so sometimes it becomes a struggle when you're trying to not only balance all that you have to do at home, but also balance your schoolwork. And then on top of that, stressing out about the assignments that come after it. So it's almost like homework all day. And I don't think anybody likes homework, to be honest. I also wanted to kind of go into the fact that sitting at a computer all day is draining. And I mean, don't get me wrong, with this learning at home situation, there are benefits. For example, we are able to participate in other opportunities due to the fact that we're at home and things are virtual. So like the other day, we were speaking with the Student Advisory Committee, and we were saying that maybe this does work out better for us because students don't have the chance, some students don't have the chance to come all the way to a certain location right after school. And so working online makes things better for them. While that is a benefit, I think that sitting at a laptop all day and trying to do your work is very draining. We're exerting our energy towards a computer, and it's frustrating because we have all of these glitches and kinks, and yeah, while we can't really control that at times, and we're still navigating things. I think we're doing well in some departments, but other departments, I think that there can be an avoidance of issue. I think that, yeah, as I was saying, I think that we're still navigating. And so there are kinks that we will figure out. But as far as the schedule, I think with less classes and more time to really work on assignments that could be assigned by teachers. For example, like if we do something like 2 days out of the week goes towards doing synchronous classes, and then 2 days, like the end of the week, Thursday and Friday, as asynchronous classes, I just think that students would benefit a lot more from this through mental health. And not only that, but the school system might benefit from this due to the fact that students would be more motivated to do their work. Yeah, and that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Alyssa?
Hi, everyone. So I'm Alyssa Richardson. I'm a junior and I attend Duke Ellington School of the Arts, which is on my hoodie. So what I have to say has to go along with what Alex and Shayla said already, the structure of the day. So as we know, when you're in school in person, in class, you're actively doing work. So even though you're in the classroom, you're also doing your class work. When it comes to Zoom, you're paying attention to Zoom so much because you don't want to miss what somebody says that you're not able to actually do the work. So the Zooms are taking up time, but then it's not time where you can actually work. So they have the synchronous learning, and my school does 45 minutes of synchronous learning and then 35 minutes for asynchronous learning. And actually some teachers are not even letting us out of the Zooms. They're making us stay and turn off our cameras, which is, I think that's definitely an issue because it's enough that we have to take, my school has 10 classes, so we have 5 classes a day. That's enough. And then on top of that, it's like we're on Zoom back to back to back every day. And the 35 minutes is devoted to doing the actual work, but that's not enough time because usually when I'm in school, I have an 80-minute period to do all my work. So now I have to fit all of that into 35 minutes. And then on top of that, we have homework. So it's just like that. Everything is like homework. It's always like homework. We're always doing homework, and we're going to school from 9:30 to 5 o'clock. And then I'm working till 8 o'clock because I have all these assignments due, and it's always due every day. There's always something being due. And it's it's very hard. It's very hard doing synchronous learning every day. Like yesterday, my Wi-Fi went out. And it's not that I don't have Wi-Fi, but it's just that that's what happens with technology. It goes out. So I'm not able to get all the information because we have classes all the time and teachers are constantly spinning out information. So I missed a lot in that little bit of time that my Wi-Fi was out. And like a lifetime of not being able to go to class. It felt like I missed 2 days of school because I wasn't able to access my classes. So I definitely think that we need to cut down on the synchronous learning because it's draining looking at a computer screen all the time. As human beings, as animals, when we're speaking, we're expecting immediate energy. When we're speaking, it's energy being bounced back and forth. But when we're speaking into these computers, we're getting a delayed response. When I'm speaking right now, you're hearing it after I actually said it. And even though that might seem like something that's not very serious, it is very serious. And we feel it. And we're doing it for 9 to 8 hours a day. My mom, she was telling me, yeah, my friends said that they get cranky after one Zoom. So I can't imagine how students are doing it. I can't imagine how a 6th grader feels. I'm an 11th grader, but I can't imagine how a 6th grader feels learning math and being on a Zoom all day. Kindergarteners that are learning their foundations, they're learning their ABCs and stuff like that. They're on Zoom all day. We have to figure out something where it's less synchronous learning. I had another point. Yeah, so that's what I was. I'll just keep going with this. So yeah, I definitely think that we should cut down on the synchronous learning, cut down on the work. Because like last year, we didn't have the Zooms, but I was still finding myself working 12 hours straight a day. And I don't think that that's healthy at all. I definitely think that we need to cut down on the work because it's just like we're always struggling to do something. It's always something to do. We never feel like, oh, it's the end of the week and I can go home and enjoy my weekend. It's like, it's a constant just routine of doing work. You get on Zoom, you get off, you do a little bit of work, you scramble, you try to get a snack, and then you go back on the Zoom, and then it's the end of the school day, but maybe you have other things that you have to do that you devoted your time to, and it's just like you don't feel like you have time to do that, or you go out of town for the weekend, and it's like you can't even enjoy being around your family because you're struggling about this assignment that's due, and they're due at different times. Some teachers are making things be due on Sundays. Some teachers are making things be due on Mondays and Tuesdays. Some teachers are making things be due on Wednesday, our off day. And our off day is not even an off day. Like today, I was working all day. So I think that something that can help is maybe cutting down on the synchronous learning so that we have more time to actually do our assignments, and also cutting back on the work. Maybe I would say just no homework at all, because essentially the classwork is homework. So adding the homework on top of that is hours and hours of work. So yeah, that's what I have to say.
Thank you so much. Members, we are going to do a two-minute rounds of questions. If you have a question, please let me know. Ashley.
Thank you, John Paul, and thank you to Alex, Shayla, and Alyssa for your comments. One of my big questions was, you guys spoke a lot from your personal experiences, but did you guys happen to have a chance to talk to anybody in lower grades, such as middle or elementary school? Go ahead, Alex.
I did. I tutor a third grader at Amadon Bowen Elementary School. I've been tutoring since the summer. I was gonna put it in my testimony, but didn't want to run too much over time. But basically, the first week of her learning, I asked her how she liked it, and she was like, "Yeah, like I really like it. I'm really excited." She had like a big smile on her face. She was just happy to be back in the swing of things. She told me she was happy about having something to do. Then I asked her the next week, and then she shrugged and she was like, I get bored. It's boring being on the live sessions all day. And I could sense the lack of enthusiasm. Like I just could sense that she didn't really go more into depth because we had to study, but
Thank you very much. Members, I want to read this because I agree wholeheartedly with all three of you that synchronous learning needs to be shortened. I actually received this today from a parent who is trying to teach several kids in her house. And she said, virtual remote learning is not working for me or my K through third grade kids. I can't be in 5 places at one time and watch littles. On top of having students in school, she also has several who are not in school yet. T was late for 2 out of 3 Zoom calls. It was all my fault for his afternoon call. As soon as he got on, his teacher said, "Thank you to everyone who was on time. If you were late, I don't have time to go back and repeat what I already said." I wanted to cry, and I did later. This is so hard. It's not just hard for the students, it's really hard for the parents, especially the parents who are teaching elementary school students. And I really thank you guys for your voice on this. And I will help to work to get you guys back in class and in-person learning as soon as possible.
Thank you. I heard a bing. Dr. O'Leary, is this from this session? Mr. Parker, same question? Okay. All right.
I'm happy to jump in. I would just echo the sentiment that we need to differentiate how we're providing instruction, both synchronous and asynchronous learning opportunities, and many experts have doubled down on that. And it may be something that we as a board should take up next month in a resolution. The question I have for the students, and I appreciate you all coming, is about student learning, both in how you are being graded. And so this connects to a question that was asked earlier today, but also something I'm really interested in learning more about. Like, how are your schools assessing your learning? Is it through student work? Is it through pop quizzes? What does that look like for each of you?
Well, for the most part, it seems like it's exactly the same as it would be in school, which I don't agree with. Like I'm still receiving assessments and stuff through like Canvas. So they have like engagement, which is I think it used to be participation, which is like 20%. Assessments are 40%, and practice and application, which is like classwork and stuff, is 40%. And I think for the most part, they're trying to make it seem like, everything is normal. But I think it's good to acknowledge that everything is not normal. Like, because it makes people go crazy when it's just like everybody's going about things like everything's okay, and it's not okay. So as students, we're just like, what's going on? But yeah, we're being graded the same way we would be in school. And we're not getting the same instruction and the same engagement as we would if we were in school.
And that was going to be the second part of my question. Do you, as a student, feel as though your learning is being shortchanged based on how teachers are approaching distance learning?
Yeah, definitely. Because you have to spend so much, the teachers are spending so much time trying to figure out how to work the technology, how to share their screen, sending links over. Everybody's not in Canvas yet, and we're getting information from so many different places that by the time it's time to actually do the lesson, it's like we're being shortchanged, and we're not focusing all of our energy on that because we just went through all of this stuff to even get where we are.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Gasoi.
Thank you. I have, my first question is for Alyssa in particular. I'm just curious how the arts classes are going and how they're taught. Is that any better or sort of?
So the arts classes, I'm a vocal music major. So we sing. For one, I don't think that they were taking into account people that have siblings. So I have a lot of peers who are at home with their siblings, and it's just like somebody belting a note in the middle of your sibling's class is very disruptive. So I don't know how we can fix that, but it's just like I don't think that they were being considerate of how people are in the house with other people. But the arts classes in particular are definitely not following the synchronous learning thing. They're not doing the 45 minutes on, 35 minutes off. They're just doing the whole time. I don't know if they feel like they don't have to follow it because we're striving for excellence and this is what is required. But I know for all of my arts classes, they're taking up the entire block. They're not even giving us asynchronous time. Some are, like my music theory class does give us the 35 minutes, but for the most part, like my vocal technique class and our chorus class isn't. So I don't know how it's working in the other arts, but I know for vocal music, they're taking up the entire time, and they're not letting us get off Zoom until 5:20 on the dot.
Thank you. And my second question is for all of you, which is just, you've talked a lot about, oh, sorry, I'm running out of time. All right. Well, just if you could say a bit more about what that asynchronous time might look like. Should it be structured, less structured? Anybody wants to jump in?
Well, for me, what I suggest is like there are like ways to do asynchronous work. Like I feel honestly a good way to do it is when teachers do a lesson, they record the video and they put it up for you to view, and then you can pause it, stop it if you want, go get a snack, take a break, look at it, do your worksheet while you're watching it. I don't really like the live sessions too much. And like last year for me, it was all asynchronous, and that was like the best development. I felt like helped me understand math better, which was just being able to see the teacher do it step by step and pause it and be like, wait, and then he could explain more.
Thank you so much. Dr. Sutter.
Thank you. I just want to thank all of you for sharing your story. And given everything you described about how much time you're spending online for school, I want to thank you for spending more time online with us tonight, because this is just more time that you have volunteered to share your story with all of us. So I appreciate it. The other thing I want to sort of offer is an encouragement. I got a call today from a parent, a Ward 6 parent who has students at a public charter school in another ward, actually in 2 other wards, sharing the difficulties her students are facing with their workload. So your sharing your stories tonight is powerful. I encourage you to keep sharing them and to encourage your peers to share them, whether they share them directly to the folks at their school or they reach out to their state board of ed rep. I think it's really important that we collect this, because I don't think anyone's intentionally trying to overwork, stress out, and harm kids. I think we're all learning as we go, and we don't want you all to bear the brunt of this. But if you share your stories and you get your peers to share them, we're going to do all that we can to make sure that we adjust accordingly, and we ask schools and teachers to do the same, because none of us has done this before. It's all of our first pandemics. Thank you so much for being amazing, fabulous contributors as students, and for all that you do to contribute to this board.
Thank you, Dr. Sutter. I just wanted to add, like, for me, our teachers in our school have been put in like an impossible situation, and like I would never blame the teachers. It's like what they're doing is really incredible. Like honestly, they're doing things that teachers like never before have been asked to do. But I also wanted to say, like, I wouldn't have testified and said these things if I didn't believe they couldn't be solved and they couldn't be improved. So I don't think the answer is to just try to rush us back into schools. I think there are fixable things that can make it better. Of course, it'll never be what we want it to be. But there are things we can do to try to make it a better experience for everyone, in particular us high school students who are better with technology.
Thank you very much. Members, are there additional questions? President Wattenberg.
I'm not going to ask a question. I'm just going to say I learned a lot about the difficulties and the issues between the synchronous and the asynchronous. So I thank you all very much for helping us to enlighten it. I also want to let everybody on the board and all of you know that we sent the Student Advisory Committee's committee report, which lays out a lot of this and a lot of other issues, to the heads of all the education youth agencies. So we're trying to get that word around. John Paul, do you want to say anything more about that? Now there's nothing more to say, but.
Yeah, I also just wanted to follow up as well that Alex is his plan and recommendations from his work with the state board over the summer as an SYEP fellow was also sent around to all of the agency directors. And I mentioned it during our education cluster call this afternoon. And so we are doing our best to make sure that that information gets beyond the state board, but to other agencies, and asking them to consider how their recommendations might fit within their agency structure as well.
All right. Okay, thank you guys so much. We look forward
Madam
to.
President, sorry, I noticed that Karen actually just has her hand up. Karen, do you have a comment? Hold on one second. Go ahead.
I just want to ask if Alex is coming back next year, work with us on the state board.
That's a loaded question.
Well, we would love for you to come back for another year on the state board, okay, as a student rep. So think about it. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. And now, members, will say goodbye to Alyssa and then begin our next panel. Thank you, Alyssa, very much. Madam President, I'll turn it back over to you to introduce our next panel.
Yeah, thanks again to all the students. And we'll continue to do this periodically. And Alex and Shayla in particular, think about other topics that we ought to be looking at. Obviously, some of it will continue to be the virtual learning issues, but there may be others as well. Okay, the State Board Social Studies Advisory Committee has been meeting since July to develop guiding principles that the State Board will later consider. These principles will then assist OSSE and their writing group as they develop revisions to our social studies standards. So I want to turn to Ward 6 member and the chair of that advisory committee, Dr. Jessica Sutter, for additional information about the process and to introduce the panel. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, President Wattenberg, and thank you to our panelists for joining us this evening. We're honored to have your expertise, and we're delighted that you're willing to hang with us this late in the evening. I know at least one of you is a different time zone, so perhaps a little bit easier, but I thank everyone for being with us tonight. I want to just talk a little bit about the Social Studies Standards Advisory Committee and the work they're undertaking to give context for our panelists. So we have 26 members of the public, teachers, curriculum developers, administrators working on social studies, museum professionals, professors, other folks who work at nonprofits that support dimensions of the social studies, who have volunteered their time to help us review the current social studies standards, consider what's worth keeping, what's missing, what needs to be updated and changed, and to provide input into what we're calling guiding principles, basic statements of, here, writing committee, is what we hope you will follow and think about as you draft new standards. We'll use those to evaluate drafts of the standards going forward in partnership with us and their writing committee, and we'll use those to inform our conversations with the public. We have, in our last meeting, we had a big discussion about how do we best engage the public who don't spend all day long thinking about dimensions of the social studies in helping tell us what they care about. And so thanks to the work of our amazing staff of the State Board and good pushes from our advisory committee, we've developed a 2-question survey that is going live to the public. I'm sorry, a 3-question survey that is going live to the public tonight. And we're going to put it out on social media. So it will be on Instagram, on Twitter, on Facebook. We've also asked our advisory committee to help us get it out to their schools, to their ANCs, to their civic associations, their neighbors, and their colleagues. And we're going to be working with in-person opportunities for folks to fill this survey out on paper so that folks who are still struggling with digital connections will be able to engage with us as well. So I said it's a couple of questions. It's done in 6 languages, so we're hoping to get broad engagement from all communities in the district. And we're very, very excited to complement that with our panel of experts tonight. President Wattenberg, oh, she doesn't appear to be there. Mr. Hayworth, can I ask for your help here? I don't have President Wattenberg's script, so I don't have our professionals' bios in front of me.
No problem. If you can give me 1 second.
I sure can. I can.
There you are. President Wattenberg, you're actually on mute, but if you give me 1 second, I can grab the...
I'm sorry, I don't have the bios. I thought that was for Jessica. Sorry. I mean, I was...
Well, I'm going to start with the person who I do know the bio of because I was fortunate to have worked at the organization that he now leads. So very glad to welcome Christopher Riano, the head of the Center for Civic Education, and in a prior lifetime, we're really going back almost 20 years ago, I worked at the Center for Civic Ed in Calabasas, California, traveling around the country, training teachers in We the People, Project Citizen, and Foundations of Democracy. So I am thrilled to have you here tonight to talk with us about your work. I now have bios because I have amazing staff help. I want to welcome Jennifer Manise, Executive Director of the Longview Foundation for World Affairs and International Understanding, and Dr. Demchek, am I pronouncing it correctly? All right, Dr. Demchek, the historian at Ben's Chili Bowl Foundation, with a really quite significant resume of work here in the district, and we're just delighted to have you all presenting with us tonight. Thanks for bearing with me. I'm going to turn it over to our panelists. Can we have you go first, Dr. Demchek?
Oop, did you say me?
Yes.
Well, good evening, everyone. And thank you so much, Jessica. Thank you, Jean-Paul. Good to see you again, my friend. And I was really impressed with the students earlier. They know what they're doing. It's good that we can really spend the time listening to them. I won't be long. I will not read my statement. I think I sent it to you today in the on the email. Aside from, thank you for saying Ben's Chili Bowl, aside from being Ben's Chili Bowl's historian, and by the way, we're the only restaurant in America that has its own PhD minted historian. Aside from being that, I'm a retired professor of African American history from George Washington University. I taught 14 years of school without walls, African American history and culture. In fact, I created the course at School Without Walls in GW. And in the last 3 years, I've been a docent and a lecturer and a professor at UDC and the National Museum of African American History and Culture. About 5 or 6 years ago, Scott Abbott and I and a bunch of other good people, we hammered together the African American History and Culture course that I've been teaching at School Without Walls as a pilot for DCPS. I don't know where that is today because I'm not teaching at DCPS anymore. But I do want to say that Scott Abbott was a very professional gentleman and very open to new ideas. I just have 2 points to make tonight, and you can read my comments in my full testimony. Number one, we're in a George Floyd era, as historic and as significant as Emmett Till in 1955. Emmett Till, most historians would argue, was the spark of the modern civil rights movement. After Emmett Till, Rosa Parks. After Rosa Parks, et cetera, et cetera. But Emmett Till was the spark of the modern civil rights movement. I call that the Third American Revolution. First American Revolution, 1776. Second American Revolution, 1861, 1877, the end of Reconstruction. Third American Revolution, modern civil rights movement. I would like to suggest to you, which is my point today, we are in the Fourth American Revolution. And it has started with George Floyd, the visibility of that murder. It's no longer the civil rights movement, which I was a part of. I was in a student nonviolent coordinating committee. The civil rights movement was the unfinished revolution. It was civil rights, but it did not deal with economic rights. What we are now in today is an economic justice movement. And at the center of this is race. At the center is race, white supremacy, and white nationalism. And the logical conclusion of that is social justice and racial equity. So here's my point. I believe that we should elevate African American history and culture into a full course and into a course that is mandatory to graduate. Now, I do know we have DC history and culture. I do know we have DC history. And I am very impressed with the social studies courses starting in grade 1. It's all good stuff. But I think that we are in a critical moment today to make African American history and culture a center platform in education in high school in particular. Point number one. Point number two, we are very blessed in Washington, D.C. to have some extraordinary free venues that our students can take advantage of. And I think that we need more experiential learning. And I know you're all under great pressure to teach for the test. I understand all of that. But with the National Museum of African American History and Culture, with the African American Civil War Museum, with the Frederick Douglass House, with the Moreland Spingarn, with the Martin Luther King, the Anacostia Community Museum, these are extraordinarily important venues for experiential learning. Let me close by saying this. I teach with what is called critical race theory. It's examining American history from the perspective of race. And I do believe that many, many school systems around the country are adopting that theory of study. So my 3 points are African American history, critical race theory, and experiential learning in the free venues that we have in this city. That's my 5 minutes. Thank you very much for paying attention to me. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Dubček. I'm going to come next to Ms. Manise.
Hi, everyone. I followed a student panel the last time I presented to you all, and I find students very hard to follow. The last panel was around high school requirements for global education, and those students really stuck in my head because of the transformational experiences they had as a result of global experiences. And I know they went on to do great things. But that night really solidified in my mind, this isn't just talk, it really changes people's lives. And we know that global perspectives and understanding the world beyond the borders, whether it's the border of the District of Columbia, whether it's the border of Ward 3, whether it's the border of Virginia or the United States, it matters. The context of the world matters. Borders matter. I also sent my remarks to the board for review, but I sent them very late. So I'm going to read a few things for you. Building on what my co-panelists said about where we find ourselves, I think it's really important to examine the lens of global perspectives in the context of systemic racism. And really, social studies is one of those places where that just is across the curricula. And you have a really good curricula, and you have a really good amount of global education in your current standards. They're a good set that you developed and revised from states like Massachusetts, who are known for writing great standards. But now you find yourself in this opportunity. And as you consider what social justice looks like in these standards and what a comprehensive approach looks like, I would urge you to really consider and keep in the global perspectives that you already have in place. You live, your kids live in the District of Columbia, and you have this opportunity for a classroom extension of embassies and buildings and monuments to people who did good things and did bad things. I was just on, for my lunch hour today, I spent it with the Smithsonian Museum of American Art, who's doing an exhibit on Humboldt. And they were talking about the relationship between Humboldt, who was a German explorer and thinker in the early 1800s, and Thomas Jefferson. And he visited Jefferson in the White House shortly after the Louisiana Purchase. And one of the things that Humboldt couldn't really tolerate in the United States was our attitudes around slavery. And it was a source of tension for their entire relationship. That was never taught to me in any history class, that even the founding fathers were being pushed back on from folks around the world with regard to their ideas around race. And I think that there's a lot to explore there. But I do want to talk about just a few things specifically in my comments. I think that all of history should be on the table, not just world history, not just civics, but even US history is often taught from a very limited lens. And a lot of times we start with Jamestown or Roanoke or Plymouth Rock, depending on where your US history curriculum starts. But when you get to the richness of the diversity of the people in this country, you can start way earlier than 1776 or even early 1600s. And I would urge the US history specifically to incorporate a global lens. Think about the impact that going to Africa had on John Lewis during the Civil Rights Movement in the 60s. Think about how sometimes history and social studies gets reduced to flags, festivals, famous people, and food. And really, there's so much more to explore. But real student engagement is around real issues, and we want to make sure that those real issues are getting our kids to engage on issues of global significance. I'm going to close by talking about the skill set that we want to see in students, and that is perspective taking, communicating ideas, understanding complex issues, having the ability to take appropriate and lasting actions on issues of global significance. We want our kids to be able to have dispositions from elementary, middle, and high school that will allow them to be engaged citizens and understanding sympathetic workers, good neighbors. We want them to be able to hunt down the sources of questionable claims. We want them to be able to recognize fact from fiction. And so I would just encourage you, keep the world in what you do as you revise. You've done a great job. Your students have gone from all backgrounds in DC public schools onto careers in diplomacy and international business. You should be proud of what you've accomplished, but there's still a lot to do. And I will stop talking because I've run out of time. But thank you for the opportunity to present, and I wish you all the best. I'm here as a resource if I can be of service.
Thank you so much. And we'll actually have rounds of questions, so we'll undoubtedly have a follow-up for you. And Mr. Riano, I'm going to come to you to close out our introduction to the panel.
Wonderful. Thank you. And good evening. I'm so proud. Thank you for that wonderful introduction, and a happy day before Constitution Day. My name is Christopher Riano. I'm the president for the Center for Civic Education and a lecturer in constitutional law and government at Columbia University. And I want to thank you for having me here today, and I'm especially proud to have the chance to speak to you as a former district resident and advocate for the incredible work that each of you does for DC's students. You know, I would be remiss if I did not open my remarks without celebrating the words of your student representatives like Alex O'Sullivan. His September 2nd, 2020 memorandum and additional discussion today is the very definition of what it means to be a virtuous member of our society who is actively engaged in making his community a more equitable and inclusive place. This advocacy on behalf of increased student government and engagement could not be more important. And I personally look back on my own leadership experiences as a student as being absolutely critical to my own career path. We are in a moment of incredible change. A global pandemic that continues to disrupt lives and livelihoods, and uprisings for social justice that call attention to systemic inequities. I know that each of us shares the belief that a fundamental civic and constitutional education is the bedrock of a healthy democracy and gives us critical tools and frameworks for meeting this moment and building the world we all want to see. There are frameworks and vibrant discussions that are happening about the importance of skills training and STEAM and STEM education to prepare students for the new economy. But while I celebrate those discussions, there is no doubt in my mind that a critical part of that conversation must be about providing a robust and inclusive civic education to make sure we are empowering our students and future workforce to be engaged citizens and responsible stewards of our democracy, so that the fields of science, art, and math can be furthered as well. without a fundamental baseline understanding the importance of history, law, and government, and how we are expected as citizens to participate in our democratic republic, it is not possible to provide the necessary foundation for STEAM and STEM education, or frankly, all education to flourish. My time is short, and I know each of you is deeply committed to reflecting on how Washington can rewrite its social studies standards. In particular, your work is intelligently focused on identifying which 21st century skills need to be better cultivated and supported in revised social studies standards. There's no question that the field has produced numerous reports and standards, of which my organization and our sister organizations have jointly argued for a number of previously published approaches. But I come back to this. In my years of teaching students ranging from high school age to adult learners, I continually come back to the same core principles that I've seen time and time again when it comes to civics and constitutional law. Now, maybe more than ever, we must realize that our classrooms must be places where the topics of the day relevant to the students in the classroom can and should be discussed in a safe environment. Standards should encourage both an understanding of fundamental history and principles that underlie our social contract, but also support the flexibility that needs to exist to ensure that students can take that information and apply it in real time and in the real world, encouraging them to remain engaged not only inside the classroom, but for the remainder of their lives. In furtherance of that mission, teachers must receive support and encouragement for professional development, where they too can deepen their historical knowledge and activate their ability to apply it in the classroom in furtherance of critical discussions on current events. This must be supported as well. When it comes to a comprehensive and impactful civic and constitutional education, it is not sufficient to just be able to recite facts and statistics. Students and teachers alike should be able to explain not only why the Constitution was immediately amended so close in time to its adoption, but also how that actually informs the practicality of why it is your local elected official that is the person that has a far greater impact on your day-to-day life than almost any other person that we vote for. A true civic education should be a continual journey from cradle through career, but there is no more important time to spark and foster the spark to be an engaged member of our society than during one's primary education. I want to close by returning again to Alex, Shalala, and Alyssa. A robust and successful constitutional and civic education can and should produce thousands of Alex's and Shayla's and Alyssa's, not only today, but into the future. I'm certain they would be the first to agree that unlike any other area of study, a proper civic education only starts inside the classroom. And I can think of no more important mission that can pave a path towards a brighter future for this country than encouraging that. So I want to thank you all for your time this evening, and obviously I'm happy to have further discussion.
Thank you very much. Really
Thank you so much to all our panelists.
Yes, absolutely. Members, we will be having rounds of questions. I see Dr. O'Leary's hand.
Yes, that was a fabulous 20 minutes of what we should be doing in the classrooms, not only in the history classrooms, but in all the classrooms. And I just want to ask all three of the experts, because everyone knows I sort of have this thing about teaching history backwards. And I think that that's what all of you were talking about, using current events and then using history as a addendum to the current events. How do you feel about that?
Well, maybe I can begin, Fraser. Thank you for that question. We historians have a dirty little secret that I'm gonna let you all know about tonight, and that is that we study history so that we can understand the present, and so we can figure out and predict the future. History ain't the past. History is now. So when I'm suggesting to you, Fraser, and you picked up on it just perfectly, if we can study now critical race theory about what's happening today in the streets, George Floyd is our modern Emmett Till. This is a moment. And I will then go back and thank you, Jennifer, for the global lens, because what I do is I take my students from George Floyd all the way back, not to slavery, but to the great African kingdoms that started civilization 6,000 years ago. So, Fraser, I agree with you. The secret is we study history to predict the future.
Ms. Moniz, I believe you had an additional comment.
I don't have much to add. I was going to say that history rhymes and repeats, and we have all been hearing the echoes of the 60s in this summer that we've been experiencing, really the whole year that we've been experiencing. And there's a great quote at the Martin Luther King Memorial over at the Tidal Basin that I'd love to share with you all, that I think really sums up what I was trying to say. If we're to have peace on earth, our loyalties must become ecumenical rather than sectional. Our loyalties must transcend our race, our tribe, our class, our nation, and this means we must develop a world perspective.
Thank you. Mr. Parker.
Thank you all for joining us tonight. I must say, Dr. Demchuk, you were talking my jam with your testimony, and I appreciate it. I too believe critical race theory is important, not only to history, but many other facets of life. But I have two questions. First, I would say for each of you, Dr. Demchuk, I heard you talking about the importance of critical race theory and looking through a lens of race. Ms. Moniz, I heard you talking about this global perspective. And Mr. Riano, I heard loud and clear you talking about the importance of civics instruction and education. Can you all point to a state that's doing those things right that we might learn from each of those things? And while you're thinking about it, a second question I would ask is, ideally, we would be able to create social studies standards that mesh with our English language standards, or English learning standards, rather, and where students are learning the history here, but also connecting that to content that they may be reading in their literacy courses. Obviously, our ELA standards are already written. So any suggestions for how we might create these standards, but ensure they don't operate in a silo and that there is connection between those standards and the ELA standards that already exist?
I'll jump in just very quickly and say a few things. One, I think I could probably point to a few states that do things well. I think a lot of states that have looked at things recently, like Arizona and Florida, California, people are looking really at how civics really does come both outside and inside the classroom. More importantly, I would come back to this. By definition, the concept of constitutional theory and law is tied directly to language, because language informs the way in which law is interpreted, law is understood, and law is created. So I think that there's a natural fit. I think it's a fit that should be celebrated. I think there should be ways to continue to find ways to merge those different areas. And I would close with this because I see the time is low. The biggest difference I always come to in my classroom is my students are not going to come into my classroom with a problem set completed. My students come into my classroom with their daily lives, with their daily interactions, with their daily questions. And I think that's very, very important to remember as a humongous difference when it comes to civic education and social studies.
I'll follow up on that and say that from a global perspective, Massachusetts is working on their social studies standards right now and putting global perspectives in to social studies as we speak. That work is underway. I will also say that DC has been a leader in lots of ways on the global front, and that you all have a unique perspective in where you're situated and who your population is. Your kids are from all over the world, and I think you have an opportunity to lead on this combination of global and critical race theory.
Yeah, and Mr. Parker, very good question. I would add California, and I think as we begin to see these states that we're talking about are more and more diverse. So California is majority minority. Therefore, they are more sensitive to this global, Jennifer, and this more critical race theory. Critical race theory does not just mean black. It means brown, Native American, gay, lesbian, et cetera, all of the other groups, right, Zachary? But also, Zachary, I would say, I don't want to add anything to what Christopher said. I think was perfect about Constitution and law. But there's other languages, and I'm a cultural historian. So there's language in music, there's language in poetry, there's language in dance, there's language in rap, there's language in whatever other. So language I teach with the 6 senses. I just do not teach with the textbook. I teach with all the 6 senses, including, somebody mentioned earlier, I think Jennifer, food. Food is a language. So there are many ways to teach with language.
Thank you, Dr. Demchuk. Dr. Gasoi.
Thank you, and thank you all for a really great and stimulating so actually following, because listening to them talk about the screen time that they're having, and then hearing your ideas about, what could be happening, and especially now, it seems like now that we're not in the buildings, we should be trying to use the city more as the classroom. But in terms of standards, something that we've grappled with is, standards focus on content, what content should be taught. And I think all 3 of you mentioned, dispositions and skills that students should be able to do. And I wondered if you had ideas about how that looks in standards, if there's a way to have that as part of, the guidance for teachers.
Articulating, understanding perspectives, and being able to take action or communicate ideas can be embedded into standards, and it can also be required in the outcomes where students are demonstrating their work, but it requires hand in hand with teacher professional development so that teachers know how to do this, know what to look for, and give kids the skill set that they need to self-assess and feel confident in their ability. It's not language that you'd want to introduce and not explain, but I think it can be embedded in standards.
Yeah, and I would add that probably the 2 things that I emphasized to my students at school that was over all of those many years was, number 1, critical thinking, and that is keep asking why. And every time I would give an answer, I want them to ask why. And so the critical thinking, I think, is essential. But number 2, being able to stand up and speak. When I ask my students to begin in the class in the very first time, I ask them to tell me, where do you live? How old are you? What's your age? What's your grandmom's name? What's your grandfather's name? Et cetera, et cetera. What'd you do this summer? And they just talk. But then ask them to translate that into the next chapter that they have to read next week. It's just a matter of practice. And I want my students to stand up and practice speaking publicly.
I love
Thank
that.
you so much. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Reagano.
I was just going to say, I think that was so beautifully put. I could not agree more. Public speaking is critical. I want to add this when it comes to questions of standards. It's wonderful to be able to recite historical facts, like I noted previously, but students are as aware as anybody else in their communities, the problems that exist in their communities, and students want to find ways to solve them as much as anybody else wants to find ways to solve them. Giving them the tools to know who to call to put a traffic light outside your elementary school or your middle school or your high school is a powerful tool that they carry with them throughout their entire rest of their careers. So I think that's a critical piece to always be conscious of, is it's not just necessarily the facts and figures, it's the application that I think both of my co-panelists are also making sure that we emphasize.
Thank you very much. Members, are there additional questions? President Wattenberg?
Thank you. This has been great. So as you point out, we are living in a historical moment. The opportunity to really engage our students in this is fabulous. I want to, Mr. Dumchuk, you talked a little bit about a separate course, and I want to, that may or may not be possible. I want to really think about what you're talking about with the three revolutions and the fourth revolution in terms of an American history course. I mean, American history courses are typically strands, right? You know, there's the building of the West, the industry, you know, the Bill of Rights. And it seems to me that one of the strands that has never really been adequately built out, it's sort of there in little bits and pieces, is, I think it gets built out in higher ed, but not really in K-12, is that so much of American history, a huge strand, is the ongoing tension between the promise, everybody's going to be free and it's democratic and there's equality, and the failure of that in practice, and sort of this constant effort to move forward 2 steps, but you move back a step, whatever. And I just wonder if you can, I'm going to start with you, but others to comment too, about just react to that in terms of how we can do this in American history. Because that's what we've got. I mean, we have a 2-year American history course. No, 2 years, 1 year. Okay.
Yeah, good question, Ruth, Madam President. One element that I think we leave out too often is class. When you say white privilege to working class people, they don't quite get it. They don't understand what white privilege is if you're poor and you're a worker who's been laid off and you had to fight for every dime that you have. We got to talk about class, and I think class and race and gender, those are the 3 elements that weave it all together. Class, race, and gender. That's what I would suggest, President Wattenberg.
Thank you. Any others on that? Oh, I'm out of time.
I would just add very briefly, I couldn't agree more. And I also think that it's important to be honest. Students can recognize honesty. They appreciate honesty. Something that just comes to mind right off the top of my head. It was only 5 years ago that LGBTQ people were allowed to get married under federal law across the country. But it was a few months ago that you could be fired for being LGBTQ in almost every single state under federal law. People completely don't realize that these are still questions that we are dealing with on all of these questions of racial justice, social justice, and economic justice. And students can have honest conversations because they're living these experiences in their real lives. I think that's a critical component of U.S. history, especially a civic constitutional history.
I just want to add that I think I agree with everything my co-panelists have said, but I also think that U.S. history specifically is often taught from the winner perspective, and we have won a whole lot, and there's a lot to learn from the loser perspective.
Thank you very much. I'll turn to Dr. Sutter for closeout. 1 second, I'm going to try to unmute you. And it isn't working. Go ahead. No, you're still muted. I believe Dr. Sutter may have frozen, so give us 1 second here. I'll try to slow down. My thanks to the panel as well. As a historian and social scientist myself in education, I really appreciate the comments from the panel tonight. Dr. Sutter, try unmuting.
Am I back?
You are back.
Okay, we've had the rainbow spiral of death over here a few times tonight. I am so thankful to our panelists, and I had one question for all of you. Emily asked one of my good questions, so I'm so glad that she got that answer on experiential learning and how we use the real world of DC. My second is a tension our panel of advisors feels is this depth versus breadth. There's things missing in our standards. We want to fill those gaps. But if we fill all the gaps, we can't have the rich conversations and the arc of historical conversations that you all are suggesting. how do we balance the depth versus breadth tension, or what states or resources would you push us towards? I teach social studies all day, every day, but they don't let me set the schedule at school.
So what do you do? Do you do depth or breadth?
My instinct is to say students are going to learn a lot about going deep in any individual course we give them and walk away with more curiosity. However, I'm loath to send DC students out into the world without a concept of all that they could be learning about. So that's where my conflict lies.
I like giving students options and allowing them to choose what they want to go deep on, but also getting across the big ideas so that you feel secure that you're sending someone out that has a grip on the challenges that they'll be facing. So a combination, and that might be a cop-out. Forgive me if it is.
I'm going to cop out too, because I was going to say breadth, and then I was going to ask my students to go deeper. So they need to, I would help them go deeper, but I would start with breadth and then ask them to go deeper.
And I'm going to add one quick thing, and maybe this is my lawyer side. It's critical to pivot and be able to pivot as an educator. I can think of just this past summer, I've never had to teach the 13th Amendment the way that I did this past summer. And I immediately pivoted because my course and class wanted to pivot. So there are times when you can have the breadth and you can kind of go over what you want to, but at times it's critical when you're thinking about the fact that your students are engaging and seeing the world in real time to go deep on a particular topic. And that's something that I think a curriculum has to allow for some flexibility, because the real world is occurring around the students that we all serve.
So I think that was a perfect note to end on. And all three of you, I think you called it sort of copping out, but you didn't. You raised exactly this point that we face on the panel of advisors all the time. And I think you give voice to the thing we're trying to make sure we communicate in the guiding principles, which is there are standards of what students should know and be able to do, and there must be space in the standards for teachers to exert professionalism on moments of the day or places students need to go deep or opportunities to take DC as a rich world learning place into account. Thank you so much for your time tonight. Your expertise is incredibly valuable. We asked our CISAC members to watch tonight the live stream or catch the video later. So you'll have an additional 26 folks who you got to share your knowledge with tonight. And we thank you so much for that.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
President Wattenberg, I'll turn it back to you for the next section.
Okay. Okay, now we're going to move to consideration of SR 2011, the resolution related to the STAR framework. On behalf of the Research Committee, which I chair, I move the resolution, which was adopted by the committee on a 4-to-1 vote. Second?
Second.
Okay. Thank you, Board Member Batchelor. Having been properly moved and seconded, the resolution will be read into the record. Mr. Hayworth, please read the resolution.
State Board of Education resolution on improving the school transparency and reporting framework, SR 20-11. Whereas the State Board of Education is committed to prioritizing issues that disproportionately hurt and hinder the educational experience of our most vulnerable students, and whereas that commitment includes understanding the quality of our schools, knowing which are most in need and what they are most in need of, and assuring that these schools get the support they need to provide students with the best possible education. Whereas the DC State Board of Education is responsible for advising the DC State Superintendent of Education on matters related to measuring and improving school quality, which includes providing input on the DC STAR framework and assessing the quality of DC schools. Whereas the State Board is committed to ensuring that all schools provide students with a high-quality education, and that those that fall short receive the supports and resources needed to promote measurable and sustainable improvement. Whereas stakeholders rely on the DC STAR framework to provide accurate data regarding the quality of our schools, including the identification of those schools that have been successful at improving student learning, as well as those schools that are underperforming and that need support in order to provide students with a high quality education. Whereas when the state board approved the STAR framework and statewide accountability plan in March 2017, the state board committed to revisiting the framework and voted in July 2019 to undertake that review now, which would give OSSE time to use our recommendations as the basis for proposing changes to the U.S. Department of Education by March 2021 in order to take effect by December 2021. Whereas in the course of review of the STAR framework, the state board has determined based on expert testimony, research, and/or OSSE data that aspects of the current STAR framework design produce ratings that are systematically lower for schools that enroll larger proportions of at-risk Black and Brown students, and that these lower ratings do not necessarily reflect lower quality education. Whereas such bias in our school rating system ultimately makes it more difficult to support the schools that serve our city's most vulnerable students in numerous unintended ways, including by making it more difficult to identify, celebrate, and learn from the schools that are genuinely improving student learning, causing downrated schools to be publicly perceived as low quality, which leads to enrollment declines, then budget cuts, and so forth, putting the schools in danger of closure, failing to distinguish between schools that are growing student achievement at healthy rates but need more resources to intensify their work, and those schools growing at lower rates that may also require support for broader changes. Whereas low ratings for schools other than those performing in the bottom 5% do not necessarily lead to identification of a school's areas of need or target assistance to it, leaving many schools without the state support they need to provide the stronger education their students need. Whereas in consideration of the testimony, research, and constituent views, the range of STAR indicators included in our current rating, primarily test score proficiency, test score growth, attendance re-enrollment, and in high school graduation rate, may deserve expansion to provide a broader view of school quality and to better incentivize strong practices and minimize poor practices. And whereas there are potential options for addressing each of these problems, each with trade-offs, for example, changing the weights of subgroups and all students, adding a category of longer-term students who have been at the school for a minimum number of years, reducing the weight of proficiency, increasing the weight of growth, altering how we measure growth, adding or deleting indicators to reflect a broader view of quality, including around nurturing and challenging school climate, teacher retention, diversity, and well-rounded curriculum, and moving away from reducing all measures to a single rating. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the state board recommends adjusting and/or enhancing how the district measures and/or reports school quality so that the STAR rating minimizes undeserved bias against schools with large numbers of at-risk student groups, and will further discuss how the rating and reporting could reflect a broader view of school quality and indicators that could do so. Be it further resolved that the state board, that the SBOE and its members solicit public input on these issues, and be it finally resolved that the state board continue research and discussion on these issues, and that the research committee prepare further recommendations for a future vote.
Thank you, John Paul. Let me say a few things about this resolution, and then we can open it up for discussion. The recommendations and discussion in this draft follow many meetings, presentations, discussions, and compromises that we have had in the committee and on the board since, I guess, late last winter. And it has included a lot of very spirited, interesting debate. The board agreed in July 2018 to review the STAR rating, the STAR accountability framework that is used to rate our schools. This resolution is an effort to bring the public up to date on the findings, views, and conclusions of the committee and the board based on that review. It's not our final statement on the issue. It does four things. First, it asserts clearly that based on what we've heard, seen, and read from experts, and what we see and hear in our communities, the current formula by which we rate our school produces results that are systematically biased against schools with high numbers of at-risk students, giving these schools systematically lower ratings. And to be clear, as we've heard from witnesses tonight, these low ratings do not necessarily relate to the school's actual quality. That's what we mean by systematic bias. Second, the resolution says that this rating system must be fixed. We cannot maintain a system that we know gives biased ratings, but we don't say how. We need to continue to figure that out. Third, we say that assistance, and we've heard this from witnesses tonight, that assistance must be connected to the accountability. It's not just about a rating, it's about understanding what a school needs so that it can be provided. Fourth, the resolution acknowledges that for many people, and by many people, I mean many researchers, many members of the board, members of the committee, constituents, educators, the way in which our framework currently measures quality is narrow. The problem is not just that it's biased, it's also that it's narrow. It's mainly about test scores. It's mainly about attendance, high school graduation rates. One of the issues that came up tonight is that there are now surveys that can be used to determine what's going on in schools on issues like, do I feel challenged as a student, as a family, do I feel welcome? There are many researchers who now think these can be used as elements of school quality. Other people think, no, they can't be. They're not valid enough. But I would say there's a lot of researchers in measurement on tests who would say test scores aren't valid ways of judging a school. That's not what tests are intended to do. They're about what a student knows, not about the quality of a school. So we have to go through all of these different arguments on different sides and understand the trade-offs. And what we want to do with this resolution is acknowledge those trade-offs, establish that there's the bias, establish it must be fixed, and not acknowledge the trade-offs, and with this discussion, further engage the community in helping us go to a next level of research and discussion on this. So with that, thanks to all of you for participating. Thanks to the community for participating, for all the people that came out tonight. And with that, I just want to open it up to further discussion. Oh, actually, that's not quite right. What I want to do is I have an amendment to the resolution. So I want to move the amendment. Is there a second to the amendment?
Second.
Okay, thank you, Board Member Gasoi. Having been properly moved and seconded, the amendment will now be read into the record. Mr. Hayworth?
Thank you, Madam President. Members, the amendment text is found on Assembly. If you have not already seen it, it should also be in your email. I'll read the changes, and you can follow along either on that or through the red line version that I've also placed on Assembly for your view and for the public as well. The amendment would change at the beginning in line 23, insert a new clause after education that reads, and as OSCE has agreed to add growth to the high school rating. In line 37, insert a new clause, whereas witnesses and research have suggested that possible remedies could be to reduce the weight of the proficiency indicator category of long-term students and or consider the effect on ratings of student mobility. In line 42, insert the word can before the word lead and remove the S from leads. In line 43, insert the word potentially before the word pudding. In line 45, delete the words at healthy rates after the word achievement. And then delete lines 53 through 66 and replace them with the following. Whereas in consideration of the testimony, research, and constituent views presented, we may want to provide a broader view of school quality by expanding the range of STAR indicators included in our current rating, primarily test score proficiency, test score growth, attendance, re-enrollment, and high school graduation rate, or by reporting additional indicators. For example, a broader range of indicators might address teacher retention, diversity, school climate, including a nurturing and challenging school environment, and or a well-rounded education, including a curriculum rich in social studies, science, and the arts.
Okay, thank you. As the maker of the original motion and the amendment, I accept this amendment as a friendly amendment. It takes into account suggestions that I have received since the committee adopted its recommended resolution. While it does change the order of some points and it changes some words and nuance is shifted in a couple of places, it is substantively, in all key respects, the same as what was recommended by the committee, which I just discussed. The resolution, hopefully with the amendments you all have, to Mr. Batchelor, as the seconder of the main amendment, do you concur with this amendment?
Yeah, that's fine, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay. All right. With the agreement of the mover and the second, the amendment can be considered friendly and incorporated into the resolution with concurrence of the board, and we can move on to the discussion of the main motion. Is there any objection to that? Okay. All right. Then with no objection, that amendment is approved as part of the main motion, and we proceed to discussion on the resolution. Is there any further discussion on the newly revised resolution? Dr. Sutter?
Thank you, Madam President. So I want to thank you and the research committee for the continued work you've put in to review this resolution, adapt the language, and do what you could to accommodate people's feedback. That said, I was very moved by what Mr. Riano said to us in the last panel about the importance of language. And I think language matters a great deal, and precision of language matters a great deal. There's been a lot made of this resolution on Twitter over the past 24 hours about what it says for those who vote in favor of it or vote against it. And I want to be clear on something. I agree with everything the resolution as amended says up to line 36. I agree with the "that now therefore be it resolved" clause. I agree that the STAR framework has bias and needs to be changed and adapted. Our data has told us that over time. I agree that we must engage the public before making recommendations of any specific changes to OSSI. There is a lot in this resolution that is editorial, that takes liberties with causation where causation has not been proven. As an example, reductions in budgets being tied to STAR ratings. I've seen no evidence of that presented to this committee or this board. Again, the relationship between enrollment declines and the STAR framework. The research we have been presented with shows a weak correlation between the two, and one school seeming to experience a stronger correlation. One school out of more than 200 suggests perhaps it does not belong in a statewide resolution. So I appreciate all the work you've put into it. I agree that there are changes needed. I am on board for engaging the public and look forward to a boisterous engagement of people and their opinions on the matter over time. I will not vote for this resolution because I offered several times to say, these are the places I find agreement. I believe we agree there are a need for changes. I believe we need to engage the public. The rest of it, we don't have agreement on yet. You have informed me that you disagree. That's fine. I will vote no on this resolution as a result of the inclusion of those additional lines. Thank you.
Other speakers on the motion?
Dr. Gasoi?
Thank you. I also would like to thank all of the stakeholders and scholars and experts, and of course, our committee and members of the board who have really worked on this, and for the latter, who have argued our way to this resolution. And especially, I would like to thank President Wattenberg for your patience and your diligence in trying to bring this all together. And I know it has not been easy always, but I think you have actually succeeded in capturing as much as possible sort of our shared understandings and revising so many drafts that now I think it summarizes just the loads of testimony and analysis and recommendations we've gathered over the past year. So thank you so much. I think there is no more important task for this board than ensuring that our school assessment system leads to support and not further obstacles to success for schools serving our most vulnerable students. And I think the findings outlined in the resolution related to bias that has led to just, those schools that serve our most vulnerable students being systematically, or that they score lower systematically is really incredibly important, and it's a starting place for improvement. So I just also want to emphasize that this is not a gotcha moment, that this is about the SBOE doing its job to provide informed recommendations that will improve our school evaluation system for all, but especially for the sake of our students furthest from opportunity and the teachers and school leaders who serve them. And I'll just say one more thing, which is, if not now, then when? I know some people have raised the question of whether we should vote on this resolution now. And I just say, when will it be more appropriate for the SBOE to make our findings regarding bias known? This is something that impacts our most vulnerable students, and we have a responsibility to ensure that the public, that we have a responsibility to make sure that the public is aware of this. And, as we have made clear in the resolution, we will come back to this. So again, thank you for everybody who has worked on this, and I will be voting yes on the resolution tonight. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Batchelor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thanks to my colleagues, especially my colleagues on the research committee, for your stewardship of this resolution. I think it really brings us full circle to the conversations that we had at the beginning of this process, and I think the commitment we made to district residents when we voted for this rating back in 2017 to continue the discussion, to continue to ruminate on some of the gaps and the tough ideas that we knew were gaps and tough ideas from the beginning, but to also continue engagement with members of our community to look at the unintended consequences of a rating like this, to look at the real tangible impacts that it's having on our school communities, to look in a real way at how families and communities were using it, to look at it in a real way to see how our system was using it to improve or otherwise. And I think now is a really appropriate time, like we said we would 3 years ago, to really dig in and not just continue that discussion, but really lead in a real way to improve this system so that it works as a better tool both for our system and for our families. I appreciate the really robust discussion that happened over the course of the last few weeks to make this resolution real, and I agree with all parts of it. I think we've heard so much from testimony today, but quite frankly, over the course of the last 3 years, about our community's concern and about experts' concern around this rating, and I think really rich feedback on how we could better assess the quality of our schools. And so, while I spent my first few months on this board really working through these issues, I'm even more excited to hopefully spend my last few months really setting this body and our communities on a course to improve this system for the better and do it continuously and over time, like we said, would make the most sense for a system like this. So I appreciate everyone's feedback. I appreciate the hard work that went into this resolution. And for all of the reasons that I stated we needed to continue to work on this when I voted against the rating 3 years ago, are all of the reasons plus more, given the deep engagement we've had with our communities over the last 3 years to really get this right, and look forward to working with my colleagues to continue that work. So thanks so much.
I think Fraser's was the next hand.
I think that, how I felt about the star rating. But the thing that is important, I think, for us as a board, and especially after listening to the testimony tonight, is that it's broke and it's up to us to fix it. It's not throwing the baby out with the bathwater. All right. There are a lot of good things with the rating, but we need to make sure that we're taking care of. I think that we as politicians, we as teachers, we as whatever we are, have to look out for those that don't have. And I don't think the star rating really gave a picture of what a school looked like with all of the emphasis on the park exam. I know that my students forever, when it started with the CTBS back in the 70s, the students, if their grades didn't have anything to do with whatever standardized test they were taking, they weren't dead serious about it. And I know the students, as far as the park test, which had no ramifications for the students, it did for the teachers, but not for the students. And they weren't that serious about it. So what we need to do is have a rating system that gives you an overall general picture of what a school does for each one of those students in that building. And see, this resolution is not anything final. It's just a work in progress. We're going to do the recommendations later, and then it'll be really up for conversation. But I think that this is a great first step.
Thank you. Other hands? Mr. Parker?
Thank you, Madam President. I'm not convinced everyone has read the resolution. I agree there's been a lot of talk, and I would argue hysteria around this resolution, and I would argue it's simply because we're talking about the STAR framework in and of itself. So just to summarize, in my opinion, what this resolution says, we as a board acknowledge that there is bias in our current framework. I think the overwhelming majority of the board, and there is some background noise, I'm not sure where that's coming from, but the overwhelming majority of the board is saying that there is bias in our current rating and that is a problem. We are also saying we've heard from experts over the last few months, which we have, and we've listed out some of the things that we've said that we've heard from them. We are not saying that those are the fixes, but these are potential fixes that we've heard from experts. We are then saying we will continue to engage experts and continue to engage the public and work to reach a resolution. For the life of me, I'm not understanding the difficulty of why we can't seem to come to a consensus on that. And I finally concluded that I'm not confident that everyone is coming to the table with pure intentions, if you will. The second thing I would just say is the bias that we've talked about addresses that there is a trend that schools with high numbers of at-risk students, predominantly Black and brown low-income students, receive low stars. There is other rhetoric that says X number of schools east of the river that have 4 or 5 stars are charter, or whatever the case may be. The question I would pose to people, are we okay with a system that says no school in the District of Columbia with a high number of at-risk students, with a high number of Black and brown students that are at a certain socioeconomic level are above a 3-star rating? Are we okay with that? Are we okay with saying that only schools east of the river with a 4 or 5-star rating are charters? And so therefore, those responsible for our public schools, DC public schools, i.e. our mayor, I would question, how are you beholden to this type of system? That is the bias that we are working to address. 2 other points I would just like to draw out. An important point in this resolution that gets glossed over is the therefore statement that talks about support for schools. We rate schools, we preach about accountability, and many of us would talk about support for schools, but we have not seen that support come to life over the last few years with the star rating. There are schools that have been rated 1 star, 2 star, 3 stars, and I would be hard pressed to have anybody point me to the systemic levels of support that those schools have received from the charter board, from DC Public Schools, from OSSI, from the mayor, you name it. Yes, there are a small amount of schools that receive funding from a special pot of money. That does not address the significance or the number of schools that are still rated low. So the question then becomes, we are rating schools 1 star, 2 star, 3 star, and what are we doing about it? So the question early is, well, we have no evidence that these star ratings are linked to school closures or budget downfalls. And I would argue that there's ample evidence for that. And it is a malpractice on all of us, our parts, if we are sitting here rating schools 1 star, 2 star year after year and not doing anything systemically to address it. The last point I will point to is just engagement on this board. To my knowledge, I am the only board member this year that has engaged my community broadly around the star rating. In my survey of parents, nearly 300 Ward 5 parents testified and told me their thoughts on the star rating, how we could improve it, what we should improve. We will get a lot of people up here preaching about how we should engage and listen to parents, and we've had all year to do it and no one's done it. Also, I would just like to call out and thank you, Madam President, and you may hence my passion in my voice, because I will say you've been put through the ringer both by the research committee and the board, and rightfully so. And, I get it. But I do appreciate the intentionality that you've approached this resolution and the patience that you've displayed in taking many revisions, recommendations, and points of feedback and changing it. So this idea that we've pushed this resolution through is nonsense. We've talked about this resolution now, or this topic now, for over 4 months. Over 4 months. We've had more than 10 revisions of this resolution. Dr. Sutter herself produced the resolution. I produced the resolution. Dr. Gasoi produced the resolution. Dr. O'Leary had revisions at the last minute. So anyone on this board that would say they haven't had ample opportunity to weigh in, I would argue is being dishonest. And so thank you for your patience there. And I would just end on this note. Moving forward, should we pass this resolution tonight, I hope as a board we can move forward and in good faith engage the public, not special interests, not advocacy groups, but engage the public, parents, educators, around what they want in our star rating. We keep saying it, we keep hearing talking points around it. I would then push and charge all of us as a board to actually do that work. And I have not seen it. And so for those that have not done that work, I would argue that you can't then use that as an excuse not to vote for this resolution. Thank you.
Madam President, you're en route.
Yeah, I think President Wattenberg, that was a go-ahead for me, and I appreciate the time. And I approach tonight's discussion on the STAR resolution with a heavy heart and yet resolute. I agree with all of my colleagues who have spoken this evening already, and am particularly appreciative of the efforts to finally center this discussion around students directly. We are all working, to paraphrase, to build a more perfect system. We are in agreement. But we're here at another critical juncture, and we're exactly where we've been for the last 21 months, divided. What could and should have been a serious discussion about how to support student achievement has been weaponized into a misguided attempt to influence the upcoming state board and council elections. In our working session 2 weeks ago, President Wattenberg set up the discussion on the resolution thus, and I'm quoting, "It's a campaign season. People can talk about it in state board and perhaps council campaigns." And she concluded, that's the reason for setting it up this way. It is the height of hubris to use this democratic body in some sort of sham election scheme. We debase ourselves and we debase this body by voting on this, not because it's the right thing for children, but because it may be advantageous to some in an upcoming election. That's why I sought guidance from the Board of Ethics and Government Accountability on the appropriateness of our discussion that's centered around candidates and campaigns. I find the abuse of this board to assist political candidates both shameful and unethical. Instead of issuing guidance, Vega chose to open an investigation into the appropriateness of our actions 2 weeks ago, and I'm assuming again tonight. My constituents did not elect me, nor were any of my colleagues elected to do the work of political candidates. I was elected to represent my constituents and to put students first in everything I do in this sacred role. My husband and I have a saying when conflict arises in our home, and I'm sure many couples share our mantra. It's not us against each other, it's us together against the problem. For the first 6 years of my service on this board, that's how we operated. The board worked for students and against problems together. Sure, there were occasional 7-2 votes, and perhaps even a 6-3 or 2, but we built true consensus and we solved problems for our children. The deliberate division of this board has become staggering. In the past 21 months, every single issue that has had the slightest whiff of conflict has been decided by a 5-4 vote. Every single one. It took me until just this month to realize that this is deliberate. There is literally no other explanation. Let us be honest. Real consensus has been within grasp dozens of times over the past 2 years, including on this resolution. True consensus, not this constant stream of one-vote majorities that are falsely peddled as consensus and compromised. Let's return to the meat of the resolution for a moment. The resolution lays out a series of legitimate criticisms of the current star rating, which, as the superintendent has said, is one of the leading and most robust parent-facing data systems in the country. The resolution also reiterates the spirit of resolutions I voted for and championed in the past, including the original resolution on ESSA and STAR framework. This body has already said very clearly that we want additional metrics once they are available. This includes metrics, as President Wattenberg said, on school climate, which is so important for our LGBTQ and disabled students, as well as being able to truly understand how teachers and faculty within a school feel. We have been crystal clear on that. We've also been deliberate about identifying and rooting out bias whenever we can. What I object to tonight is yet another false choice that has been put before us by President Wattenberg. We agree on 75% of these issues, maybe more, but once again, we are presented with an all or nothing, us versus them situation that has been deliberately crafted to improperly leverage our august democratic body to influence an election. I spent time over the past week doing what our standards require of our students. I went back to ESSA's source documents to refresh my memory and renew my perspective. In doing my homework on this resolution, I was reminded that it was our national civil rights organizations that persevered and ultimately beat back Republican efforts to dilute accountability and assessments, and which would have exacerbated systemic racism. I spent a good deal of time reading parts of the committee report, watching floor speeches, and reading news articles about how Black Congressman Bobby Scott from Virginia held firm and was ultimately victorious in getting all of us a little closer to purpose. We all understand, right, that we have no robust and usable year-over-year data of any sort to assess student growth or to effectively rate schools. We understand that the pandemic has delayed a year-over-year growth metric until at least 22-23 school year. The only reason to have this half-informed, premature conversation right now, without the necessary data and with no deadline ahead of us, is to divide our communities and our board in a blatant attempt to influence an election. We are better than this. We can and should set a better example for the students we serve. We should be working together for our students and against the problems in this system. I'll be voting no. And if we'd like to delay action on this resolution, which is now mired under a cloud of an ongoing ethics investigation, I'm happy to vote to table as well. Thank you.
Madam President, for the public, I would just like to address the alternative facts.
Parker, you're out of order. Mr. Parker, you are out of order.
Okay, I recognize it. If there's nobody else, I recognize Mr. Parker.
Thank you. I just want to
I'm
acknowledge.
so sorry. I've had my hand up for several minutes, and I was told there was potentially a second round. I'm a little concerned about the jumping lines.
Okay,
Thank you.
Ms. Sutter, I did not see your hand. You go first, and then Mr. Parker. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to address the fact that Mr. Parker has sought to malign anyone who fails to vote for this resolution as being against this board. And I will note that I offered an alternate set of text that encompassed everything going up to line 36, including the bias against Black and Brown students, against the issues existing in the current rating. It includes the final, now therefore be it resolved clause about engaging the public. I'd be very happy to offer that text again as an amendment, but I was ignored. It wasn't even responded to by President Wattenberg when I sent it to the entire board. So here's what I'll offer. When I read the text of the resolution as amended tonight, here are my objections. I object to specifically the note that we are causing downrated schools to be publicly perceived as low quality, which can lead to enrollment declines and budget cuts, and potentially putting the schools in danger of closure. I have seen no evidence that a one-star school has been closed in the 2 years the rating has been. Mr. Batchelor, which DC public school has been closed?
Sorry, Ms. Sutter, Ms. Sutter.
None of them.
Ms. Sutter, you may
There is
finish.
no evidence of this that is asserted in here. The downgraded enrollment, as I noted, in our research, which is publicly available on the Assembly site, is available for exactly one school, a school that also had a graduation scandal and lost a very popular principal. Lots of other contributing factors that could result in reduced enrollment. There is an effort in this resolution to assign causality in a research-based way, which I do not think is appropriate. I also object to the notion that experts suggest that we should include other metrics as part of the rating. We heard lots of experts talk to us about a fuller picture of school quality. We did not hear experts say, I think state accountability systems ought to include the following. And at its core, STAR rating is a state-level accountability system that must comply with the requirements of ESSA. It is a piece of the state's responsibility to identify how schools compare to our expectations of them at a state level. I, for one, absolutely value a parent's ability to say, your data says X and I don't care. I'm going to go ahead and do what's right for my child. I do not think the state should exercise that same behavior. I think the state should set out a common set of standards. It is attainable. We should resource schools to access them. And I think this sort of debate and discussion is not in any way inappropriate. It is, in fact, the very fabric of our democracy. If we do not stand up for that which we and our constituents support, and we do not think about what all our constituents think, I applaud Mr. Parker for his outreach on this effort. I will note that at the time he did this outreach, lots of us were reaching out to constituents on many things. Leading the social studies work has been a huge part of my work. Our constituents have all dealt with issues related to COVID over the past 6 months. And I would hope, personally, that we would focus our efforts on that and not on, hey, what do you think about your school's rating system? So I just want to make clear that I support changes to the system. I support continued public engagement. I disavow any effort to paint me as something other than in favor of those two things. And I really am concerned that was an effort Mr. Parker made publicly about anyone who votes no on this resolution. It's simply in bad faith. He knows it. He read my alternate text and he even quoted it in his statement. Thank you.
I can take, okay.
May I go?
Yeah,
Thank
Mr. Parker.
you. To be clear, at this point, you just have to laugh. You really just have to laugh. But just to be clear, I'm not trying to malign anyone and suggest anyone is against the board, quote unquote. My argument is I don't believe everyone opposing this resolution is coming to the table in good faith. That is what I said. That is what I stand by. I want to address a few things and then get back to the resolution. And again, I'm hearing background noise. I'm not sure where that's coming from. Mr. Jacobson started his comments talking about ethics investigation with Bega because Ruth brought this up and pandered it as though it was going to be fodder for candidates in the election. For context, and the recording is available to the public, you can go back and watch it. The discussion was grounded in how do we get the public to talk about this in the context of broader public discussion around our star rating and areas for improvement. That was the context that Ruth was talking about. What she then went on to say was there's an election, and I would imagine candidates are going to be talking about this. She never once mentioned a candidate's name. She never once mentioned a candidate's philosophy. I would also point out, and with all due respect to my dear colleague Karen Williams also had a slip up in that same meeting where she made a comment that many would argue was inappropriate because she alluded to her election. It is interesting to me that in all of these petty behind it, unbecoming antics of my colleague, Mr. Jacobson, which he then forwarded an email today between him and Bega, as I imagine some scare tactic or a bullying attempt, where he then attempted to throw colleagues, Dr. O'Leary and Dr. Gasoi, under the bus to Bega, another governmental agency. He all of a sudden forgot about Karen Williams' slip up. Now, I'm not suggesting he should have mentioned Karen Williams. I'm arguing he shouldn't have mentioned any of them because we all knew the context in which those remarks were made, and it wasn't that serious. And so, again, I'm not believing that he's coming to this argument, this debate in good faith. Also, he talks about engagement and these votes around 5-4. And I just have to say, and with all due respect, I deeply value Dr. Sutter's remarks because out of all of the research committee meetings we've had, she's been there. Mr. Jacobson has not made one meeting. And in fact, he leaves these meetings early. And so again, if we're going to preach around engagement and the value of time and input and the importance of consensus and coming together as a board, I would argue if there was a true wanting for consensus, he would have been at those meetings and really wanting to reach out to build that. The second thing I would say to Dr. Sutter, and this idea of her creating a resolution as an attempt to extend an olive branch that was rejected and ignored and no one addressed it. Dr. Sutter said, and I'm paraphrasing, but this is almost a quote, I do not plan to vote for a resolution because I do not believe we need a resolution. However, I made a resolution of what I think we should create a resolution for. And so this idea that no one took the resolution seriously after she said, I'm not going to vote for any resolution is nothing but laughable. And I would also say in the committee, I was there. Madam President, Representative Wattenberg went to great lengths, not to just entertain Dr. Sutter, not to entertain just Dr. O'Leary, but myself and everyone else in the committee. Did everyone get everything they wanted in the resolution? No, but that is the point of a vote. This idea that we have to all be a unanimous vote on every issue in order for it to be a valid vote is ridiculous. And so I just, for the public record and the good, I had to say those things because I must say what the testimony that we're hearing from some of our colleagues just doesn't match with the facts of what we've seen in the research committee or what has transpired behind the scenes. And I would expect more of my colleagues, and I hope moving forward that, again, we can get back to the merits of this resolution and genuinely engage the public for what they will want to see in the star rating.
President Wattenberg, very quickly, I would like to correct the record. It was, in fact, I who said that I will be voting no because I do not believe that we should have this resolution, not Dr. Sutter.
Actually, you weren't there, and Dr. Sutter did say that. She actually, I believe she did.
He said it and it's in a public record. It can be quoted. Thank you.
Well, actually, Dr. Sutter can correct you that she did say that.
Mr.
I can read from the text. It says, given the uncertainty of the pandemic and Superintendent Kang's notice of recommendation, I I think we may wish to consider what changes it is reasonable to expect OSSE to make in the next 3 to 6 months. That said, I made an effort to craft a resolution on the STAR framework that I feel comfortable with. It is attached here. At no time did I say, I'm not going to vote for anything, so here's a thing I might vote for if I were to vote for anything, but I won't. Mr. Parker, your disrespect tonight is really distasteful.
Okay.
The committee meetings are public. I would encourage everyone to go see it.
Okay. No, okay. Thank you both. Mr. Batchelor?
Yeah, I just wanted to add a quick note of context, I think, around the real impact that I think we've also heard parents, especially from east of the Anacostia River, talk very specifically about how they're using the STAR rating and the impact that it's had on our school communities. While Dr. Sutter may be correct in the fact that no one-star schools have closed yet in our system, what you did see the first year that schools like Baloo and Anacostia got a one-star rating, you saw 1 in 3 of Baloo students exit that school that one school year. That same year when Anacostia High School was slapped with their one-star rating, 1 in 4 students walked away from the building that year. And if that precipitous drop off in enrollment isn't alarming, and we wouldn't sit back and say, how could our rating that we know parents are using to vote with their feet impacts enrollment and very directly impacts the budgets that those schools receive, then we're doing ourselves and those families and those school communities who, quite frankly, are trying very hard to make their communities viable options for their families. We're doing a disservice to those communities. And so I think there's plenty evidence that says that things like these ratings, if not from my mouth, if not from the numbers that we saw at Baloo and Anacostia, if those numbers don't tell us anything, the parents who we talked to tonight and the parents that we've talked to over the last 3 years have told us how they're using it and how it's impacted their school communities. Teachers are saying it. School leaders are saying it. In my ward, for sure. And so if we want to be serious about how the data adds up, what impact this had, which we said could be a potential which could be a potential impact from the start, then we're just doing ourselves a disservice. But the evidence is there, and I don't think we can say a 33% decline in enrollment at Baloo and a 24% decline in enrollment at Anacostia the first year they got a one-star rating is just coincidence.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Batchelor. Are we ready to go to a vote? I would recommend that. Okay. Mr. Hayworth, do you want to take the roll?
Dr. Gasoi.
Aye.
Mr. Jacobson.
Nay.
President Wattenberg.
Aye.
Dr. O'Leary.
Aye.
Mr. Parker.
Aye.
Dr. Sutter.
Nay.
Ms. Williams.
Nay.
Mr. Batchelor.
Aye.
Ms. McClay.
Nay.
Ms. Dell. Mr. O'Sullivan.
Aye.
Madam President, the resolution is adopted.
Thank you very much to all of you. I realize it's late. I appreciate the discussion. And with that, we are going to move on to our equity framework. Let me just say a critical role for
Madam President?
Yes.
You skipped the appropriations.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Hayworth. My pages are mixed up. Okay, we're going to go. Well, we have a resolution in front of us about our proposed budget for the year that will begin October 2021. And the only thing I will say about this is in the year that is just ending, due to the pandemic, our agency, like a lot of other agencies, in effect gave back much of our budget, so we weren't able to do our full round of program, and we had a lower budget. Next year, we also submitted a lower budget than we might have otherwise, understanding in the year that we're entering, it's a lower budget than we would have preferred, given, but we're potentially likely in a reduced budget situation. And what's before us is the budget for the year following. In other words, again, the year beginning October 1, 2021. It's also basic, but it includes some minimal improvements that we haven't taken last year or this year. Any discussion? Or I guess I need a motion. With that, I moved it. Could I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
Madam President, I need to read the resolution.
Oh, thank you.
State Board of Education Resolution, DC State Board of Education Fiscal Year 2022 Need for Appropriations Resolution, SR 20-12. Whereas in 2013, the District of Columbia Council approved the State Board of Education Personnel Authority Amendment Act of 2012, effective April 27, 2013, to ensure that the District of Columbia State Board of Education had the authority to operate as an independent agency, including through the hiring of its own staff and preparing its own budget. Whereas DC Official Code 38-2652D3 reads, beginning in fiscal year 2013, the board shall prepare and submit to the mayor for inclusion in the annual budget prepared and submitted to the council, pursuant to Part D of Subchapter 4 of Chapter 2 of Title I, annual estimates of the expenditures and appropriations necessary for the operation of the board for the year. All the estimates shall be forwarded by the mayor to the council for, in addition to the mayor's recommendations, action by the council pursuant to 1-204.46 and 1-206.03C. Whereas the DC State Board of Education staff have prepared a budget that reflects the need for appropriations to meet the priorities of the three offices of the State Board: the Office of the State Board of Education, the Office of the Ombudsman for Public Education, and the Office of the Student Advocate in fiscal year 2022. Whereas the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget and related enhancements have been discussed at the working sessions of the DC State Board of Education on July 1st, 2020, August 5th, 2020, and September 7th, 2020. I missed that date. Sorry, that's my fault. Whereas the DC State Board of Education is appreciative of the trust placed in it by residents and shall remain open and transparent about its spending. Whereas in the fiscal year that begins on October 1st, 2021, the DC State Board of Education proposes a need for appropriations of $2,545,187, with $498,071 being spent on program activities and the remainder on personnel in accordance with the attached chart. And whereas the DC State Board of Education proposes $655,000 in additional appropriations for the agency in the form of enhancement requests, and confirms that these requests would amplify and extend the capabilities of the agency. Now therefore be it resolved that on September 16, 2020, the State Board approves its fiscal year 2022 need for appropriations and enhancements and requests that the mayor include in her annual budget submission the estimate approved herein.
Sorry. Any discussion? I don't know who went up first, so I'm going to call Ms. McClay and then, no? Mr. Batchelor?
Yeah, as I always do, I just wanted to thank our staff for their hard work and stewardship of this budget process. Obviously, the adjustments that we had to make this summer, both to support our hardworking employees, but also to charge forward on so many of our shared priorities, was difficult. And so I commend them for that. And obviously, as we think about the board's future, for this next budget cycle. I think it still is God's work to really make this work, given our financial constraints and our financial outlook. And so, just wanted to thank our staff for their stewardship of this budget, and to our colleagues for weighing in and making sure we keep our board. I think the body that is so important to our students and families. So thanks so much.
Thank you. Any other discussion, Ms. McClay?
Thank you, President Wattenberg. Again, like Representative Batchelor, I too want to thank the staff for their hard work on putting together this budget, and all of their work throughout the year, especially making do with the funds that we had this year, especially in the pandemic. In light of that, as I have discussed this over the past 3 years, I cannot support giving a raise for the specific line items that give our members a raise, especially in these times. We are not, when we look at our budget, we are not looking at our own money. We are looking at the hard-working taxpayers' money of the District of Columbia, and not our responsibilities over the past 4 years, over the past 10 years have not changed. Therefore, I do not believe that our salary and stipends should be increased. Many members have heard me say this over the past 4 years, and you can call it whatever you want. It is in effect a raise. We are already the one of, if not the most, highly paid state board of education in the country. And when we have members asking for more money in the height of a pandemic, I just cannot support that, especially when we literally have residents who are losing their jobs and have no paycheck. I have in the past talked to council members against this. I support every other line item and budget item in our appropriations request, but I will be voting no as a total package this evening just because of that increase in our stipend. I hope you all know that. I hope our other two agencies understand that. I fully am in support of every other line item. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McClay. I do not believe that there is such a raise for the board.
The $4,000 cost of living increase.
Mr. Hayworth?
It's not included in the budget.
It's not. It was in the.
It's included in the as an enhancement.
Right.
But not as in the budget.
And we're not voting on the enhancement package tonight in addition?
We are, but it's not included in the budget.
So, but this is as one, correct?
It will be a single, yes, on both the budget, which does not include the increase, and the enhancements request, which I believe was actually removed last year. But let me confirm that really quick. If we can go into another speaker, Madam President.
What's that? Is something?
Yeah. President Wattenberg, John Paul is wanted to see if we could go to another speaker. Well, he can double check on things right now.
Oh, is there anyone else? Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this? Okay, 1 second.
Because in past years, it's been one package together and one vote. And when I was reviewing it, we were looking at it together.
What? Mr. Hayworth?
Yes, Madam President. It is not included in the budget. It is included in the enhancement request as the lowest priority for the board, as it has been for a number of years. And it is a single vote. So Ms. McClay is correct in her interpretation of what the vote will be, which is the approval of both the budget and the enhancement request as a single vote.
Any other discussion? Jean Paul, can we take this up in the next meeting?
Would we be able to make an amendment, President Wattenberg, to pull that out or only vote on the budget?
I'm not prepared to do that. I think there was some confusion about what was in this. So what I would like to do is, if we can delay this until next month, can we do that, Mr. Hayworth?
Yes, we can delay the vote on the budget till next month. It would be, yes, we can do that.
That's what I would suggest doing, because I think there was some confusion across a number of different people about what was in and the priorities and so on. So I would recommend doing that. So I'm just going to move to table. Would that be the right thing? And we'll bring it up at the next meeting.
Can I just ask if there are any consequences to putting it up for a month, Mr. Hayworth?
I am not aware of any current consequences, as the timeline for the budget process has not been released by the mayor's office yet.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So I move to table that, and we'll take it up next time.
I'll second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All right. Opposed? Okay. Seeing none, that motion to table passes. All right. We are now ready to move to the, where I thought we were before, the discussion and vote on the equity framework. Let me just say, a critical role for any state board of education, it is a main role of state boards, and certainly of ours, especially of ours, is to work towards increased educational equity. Too many students face barriers, systemic and individual, that hinder progress. The board is committed to identifying these barriers and pressing to remove them. Board member Zachary Parker, Ward 5, has developed a proposed equity statement and framework that will help us raise the profile and consistency of this work. Mr. Parker, I will turn to you for the motion on approval of the equity statement and framework and the associated bylaw revisions and block.
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Thank you. Having been properly moved and seconded, the text of the equity statement will be read into the record. Mr. Hayworth?
Sorry, I lost the window for a second. My apologies. The DC State Board of Equity statement as proposed. The DC State Board of Education acknowledges that institutional racism and inequitable policies have contributed to uneven outcomes and opportunity gaps for various student groups. The State Board believes all students deserve access to high-quality instruction and necessary support to meet their full potential, according to a range of academic and 21st century learning standards. The State Board believes all children, with the right support, can achieve at high levels and become well-rounded individuals who are engaged in their communities and have the freedom to choose the college or career of their liking, the primary objective of pre-K through 12 education. To ensure the success of every public school student in the District of Columbia and the reduction of disparities between students, the State Board will identify priority issues that disproportionately hurt and hinder the educational experience of vulnerable students, use its platform to generate public attention and a public policy focus on these issues and their solutions, support and promote the equity-focused work of the Office of the Student Advocate and the Office of the Ombudsman for Public Education, promote and support state-level education policies that address these needs, and promote transparency that allows the State Board and others to ensure that schools adhere to state policies. The State Board will use its equity framework to decide on its actions and the issues it advocates for, focused on improving outcomes for students designated as at-risk through high-quality instruction and necessary support, increasing the representation of groups that have been historically marginalized in the district's teacher and administrator workforce and through the functions of the State Board, expand access to culturally relevant pedagogy within DC schools and anti-racist professional development opportunities for DC educators and state board staff.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Parker. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not really in the right routine on the muting and not muting. Mr. Parker.
So good. Thank you, Madam President. I would just say equity for me is a verb. Many of us have discussed the importance of equity, and I would like to believe that it is true when we say we really want to put forth a more equitable policies to ensure that all of our students are excelling and we're meeting them at their places of need. What we're passing tonight is a revamped equity statement. We've had an equity statement that dates back actually to the original ESSA committee and perhaps even before that. What many of us reflected on, though, was that it lived on the website. No one really did much with it or even referenced it. And so the hope is that by revamping the equity statement, making it more practical to the ways in which this board functions, the issues that we're discussing, as well as the priorities that we're passing year to year, it will be a living statement for us. Also, should I go to the framework, John Paul? Yes. Also, in this vote is our new equity framework, which I'm really excited about because it will inform and translate to equity really being infused in our policies, our priorities, and how we reflect on our work over the course of the year to year, in perpetuity. And so the bylaw additions, as well as the framework, focuses on 3 key areas. The first of which is to ensure that we are increasing the outcomes for at-risk students. There has been much discussion tonight around how we hold schools accountable to the performance of at-risk students. Our equity framework points the state board to focus on that before a summative scores are in. The second focus is in making sure that we increase the representation of marginalized groups, not just around race, but including Black and Brown educators, both teachers and administrators, but women and members of our LGBTQ community, et cetera. And then the last focus area of our equity framework is making sure that we expand access to culturally relevant pedagogy as well as training, anti-racist and bias training for both educators as well as our staff. And so this is a small step for us as a board to put our money where our mouth is, or to put our money where our mouth is, and to make sure that equity is what we're doing year in and year out. So thank you to all of my colleagues for your hard work in developing this framework and informing the statement. I would like to especially thank Representatives Williams and Batchelor, who have joined me in conversations with the DME, specifically around race. I would like to thank Madam President Wattenberg, Representatives O'Leary, Representative Sutter, who have built out frameworks for how we might apply our equity framework, and everyone else that have offered feedback, remarks, and making this something that we can all be proud of. Thank you.
Ms. Williams, are you trying to talk?
No, that's you, Ranger.
I'm seeing Mr. Batchelor. Okay, if there's somebody else, chat me or.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to really quickly thank my colleague, Mr. Parker, for his stewardship of this. I think similar to the resolution we just passed, I think this took multiple iterations. Really caused us to challenge our assumptions, to think critically about how our work impacts the real broad work of building equity across our city, and in real ways has taken us to task and held us to a higher standard in incorporating that into everything we do. And so I can't thank him enough for, I think, what will be, I think, like he said, a living document, a living part of what this board continues to do in the years to come as we shape our work. And then the last thing I would say is that I think that this board, over my tenure, has come a long way in including the voices of our diverse community to really be a more meaningful part of the decision-making, quite frankly, that this board has made. But this board has also made efforts to make sure that our most marginalized communities and the lived experiences of our most marginalized students and families really show through in the decision-making across our education space. And this board has become a safe space for those families and those advocates where they know that they can come to have those voices heard. And so the fact that we are going to commit even further to digging deeper to make sure that work is done with fidelity is thank you for your hard work on this and look forward to voting in favor.
Ms. Gasoi.
Thank you. I echo Mr. Batchelor's sentiments, and I want to thank Mr. Parker's stewardship on this. And, I think one of the most overused words is equity. And it has become a word that everybody says. And I don't think that it necessarily is a word that everybody knows, everybody knows that they're supposed to say that. So I really appreciate that you have taken this on our board and created a framework that actually can be put into action and that will help us to really think about what we mean when we say equity and how to make it real in the decisions that we make and even in the issues that we take up. So I really commend your leadership on this.
Any other discussion? All right. Mr. Hayworth, so we're voting on a bylaw here. That's correct, right? And so I believe we need a 2/3 vote. Is that
correct, Madam President? The motion is on the approval of the statement, framework, and related bylaw amendments as a single vote. And as such, it will require 2/3 majority to be approved.
okay? Thank you. Okay, with that, you may call the roll.
Dr. Gasoi.
Aye.
Mr. Jacobson.
Aye.
President Wattenberg.
Aye.
Dr. O'Leary.
Aye.
Mr. Parker.
Aye.
Dr. Sutter.
Aye.
Ms. Williams.
Aye.
Mr. Batchelor.
Aye.
Ms. McClay.
You're not on, Ashley.
Aye.
Mr. O'Sullivan.
Aye.
Thank you. Madam President, the equity statement framework and related bylaws is approved unanimously.
Excellent. Well, thanks to all of you, and special thanks to Mr. Parker for putting that together and organizing us all to come up with that. Thank you very much. It was an interesting meeting, and I appreciated all the discussion. And with that, let me just say, is there any new business, any new announcements? Because otherwise we can adjourn at 10:17. All right, I will take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay, a motion from Ms. Williams and a second from Mr. Batchelor. Can we do this on a voice vote? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Have a good rest of your week, folks, and see you soon. Bye.
Aye.